Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJBChris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show episode 456, 789.
What do we appreciate?
It's Pi Day.
Oh, yeah, Pi Day.
It's in fact
Yeah.
Pi Day.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
Hey, David Ladd is in the chat.
Okay, not everyone sees the same page I do. All right, on the panel today, we have Marco
Hey there, glad to be here today.
and Grant Leedy
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
and yours truly, the button pusher, Sloopy Malibu. And you never sounded better. Ken Waters.
Hello, everybody. I hate AI. More later.
Okay. And L. Curtis Boyle.
I also hate I, but welcome to the show.
And Captain Kirchhoff.
Hi, guys.
And Kevin Holloway.
Hello, everybody. Happy Pi Day.
And in the last row, we got Rick Euland
Howdy, folks.
and Bob Emery.
Bye.
And Brian Weasler.
Hello, everybody. Ken, I have to ask, is that Coco abuse going on over your shoulder there? You got that Coco propped up like that at an angle.
And next
No,
to a pet.
It's displayed.
Oh, it's displayed. Okay.
Uh-huh.
People were complaining they could see the pet in the background, so I had to put something there.
Had to put
Very-
something Coco there.
I'm
Very
not
good.
going to move that pet because that thing weighs a freaking ton.
Is the Commodore your Coco's pet then?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what you're saying is the Coco is taking its pet for a walk?
Well, I'm keeping the Coco right beside the pet, hoping that the 6809 from the Coco will slip into that pet and
Then you'll have a
make it
super pet.
Oh, super pet.
Yeah.
Super pet.
Just keeping it company.
And then you can put the Super Pet MMU in it, and then you can run OS 9.
exactly.
Yeah. All right. In the chat so far today, we got Brian Blake, Wayne Campbell, Michael Zwiffel, Kevin Holloway, Marco, Exile in Paradise, Jim Rye, Coco Living, Canadian Retro Things, Wingnut, Ron Delvo, Richard Gore, Brian Blake, Scott Cooper, scroll Chris Dries, and okay, I could say his name 10 minutes ago. David Ladd. There we go.
One of those hard ones.
Wait, have you forgotten who David Ladd is?
That might be a sign of dementia or something. You better get that checked.
I've been on this show too long. Let's see.
Really?
Tom Eric Gunderson, 60. Who else? Have I not said yet?
Chris Turris.
Oh, Bill Athing. And this is where I'm getting Stack Overflow. All right.
Could say a happy belated birthday to Mr. David Ladd.
Could say
And
happy
Mr. Grant
belated
Lee.
birthday to everybody, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good. but-
Well,
Just depends how late
true.
you are.
Let's see. Project updates. That's what we need. Where's my titles? That one, that one. All right, let's start off with Bob.
All right, you got me mid-sip here.
I did that on purpose.
To consult with my
Idiot.
doctor before the. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, there switch cameras here. Webcam. All right, so ignore the weird colors here.
A
This
little pixelated. Yeah.
this is actually 3 shades of gray, 3 shades of red, green, and blue to the eye. The camera just doesn't pick it up really great.
Well, it's
Actually,
kind
your
of
rear monitor, shows up better. Actually, looks like gray.
Yeah,
gray
and ironically,
Okay.
this is totally washed out. This is actually the composite output from the GIMEZ. This
Oh.
is HDMI
Sorry.
out. And
Weird.
coming out of the same computer here. And I just wanted to point out that that is in fact an HDMI. Turn it around. So
A real
we can
HDMI
actually
plug.
See here.
Nice.
A real HDMI plug. Damn power
Evil
cords in the
scientist
way.
Bob has been at it again.
This is actually an old machine that I did my HDMI inside to. Not HDMI on board, where I replaced the modulator, but HDMI directly
Down
under.
Underneath.
And this one I have the power LED there, just so I can. Not that you can even see that. There you go.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, now,
It's
yeah.
blue. Or
It's
white.
actually red. The camera just sucks. It's a webcam that doesn't do color.
Right.
Anyway, yeah.
Artifact color.
This is an actual one of those HDMI SCART boxes
Mhm.
Just
that
squeezed
I
in there?
took out, and you just it fits right under the motherboard, and you use the
Nice.
metal lid as a template to cut this out. You just drill a couple holes and file it with some needle files that Harbor Freight sells,
C-clamp.
and you can actually
C-clamp
put
to hold it in
the
place. Yep.
yeah. I've got the one button here that changes the resolution of the output, but if you're using the GIMEZ, you might want to put the other 2 buttons there. One of them will change the input between HDMI and RGB or SCART. And the other one you could repurpose to do the button board function of your GIMEZ. So just pointing out that let me plug the
Oh, so
HDMI
you put
back in
the-
here.
Okay.
I'll lift the lid off and just show you here. Keyboard.
You turn the power off.
What? No. It's unplugged. I mean the HDMI is unplugged.
Okay.
Let me find the HDMI cord and plug it back in.
He doesn't
There's
use
a
it
little
from the power
dollar
off.
board for the. He's a professional.
He's a professional.
Yeah.
Thing
There's a
disappeared.
daughter board for the GIMEZ underneath the keyboard.
Yeah. Yeah. Plug in the HDMI here. You do it with your eyes closed, don't it?
Mini HDMI by feel. Yeah.
There it is.
Well, it's full size HDMI.
Okay, and now let me I can turn on the overlay. So that's the actual HDMI coming out of it. I have to put the keyboard back so I can get off that screen. But
Ooh, it actually shows gray. But yeah, of course.
Yeah,
It's,
that's all nice.
yeah,
and
direct
modulated
capture.
and everything.
Yeah, that looks pretty
Yeah.
good.
direct
I mean,
capture.
that's basically how it looks to my eye on the on this
Right.
TV.
Before it goes into a panel and out of a panel and into a camera.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is my USB 3 Chinese capture device, capturing the GIMEZ through that box. And
Nice.
you can see the actual button board is right here. I've got the cable going to that and just a short HDMI cable going to
Goes
the
underneath
device
the-
under the motherboard. Of course, the main drawback to this is you get no audio in your HDMI. I don't think there's any way to inject it through the HDMI input the way you can with the SCART input.
Right, because I understand it. It's not just audio on a wire. It's actually encoded in there.
So I haven't actually verified this, but I'm gonna pull this HDMI from the button board, and I'm gonna pull the cord from the back of the machine and go straight out of the GIMEZ, just verify. Hey, it's working actually. Yeah. And I still have my RGB to SCART underneath. Theoretically, if I had that button, I could switch between normal RGB and GIMEZ HDMI out, but whatever.
I think you got a better picture with your additional cable in the middle.
Yeah, because this one looks a little jailbarred.
A little blown out, yeah, like it's a little too hot.
Does it?
Yeah, it actually looks better with your rig all put together with the extra cable in it.
I'm gonna switch it out.
Yeah, because there's some little horizontal lines in there, yeah.
So that's the actual
Bill Laughing says there's a
SCART box.
Bill Laughing says there's a box you can get that takes HDMI in and audio in and merges the two. Yeah,
those
does
are
look better.
Those are not cheap from what I've seen, unless he knows about cheap.
That's
Chinese
that stupid
option.
HDMI licensing crap, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, because the audio is encoded, you can't just stick the audio on a couple of pins and say I'm done.
Because it has to be converted to digital.
Digitized and put on the.
But anyway, I just wanted to share that it's actually a pretty easy DIY project if you have one of those metal SCART boxes.
Right.
The lid can be used as a drilling template. You just get a little like a $2 C-clamp from Harbor Freight, clamp it on the right spot, drill your holes, file the HDMI out, and you don't even need any mounting hardware because it fits perfectly.
Wedges in there. Nice.
Bill says you can get the box for less than $20.
Yeah, they're
hey, Bill, send me the link. I think he's talking about the audio injection. Bill, send me the link like on Discord, and I'll paste it in the chat.
And speaking of Bill, this is actually one of his new keyboard bezels for my keyboard.
Nice.
He sent me a recent new batch, so all of that fits nicely under the hood.
And coffee proof.
Almost. Still about a millimeter gap there. I'm going to put a little, maybe some more spacers underneath it, the bezel. But yeah. GIMEZ video. I hit X. I forgot to plug in the keyboard.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Now, Bob, you've had both the GIMEX and the GIMEZ, correct?
Yes.
Comparing the HDMI output and versus the VGA output on the GIMEX, what do you think of the quality between the two?
Pretty much, I would say identical. They both have really nice crisp outputs. Honestly, I prefer the VGA because it's easier to combine the audio with a $5 device. I do prefer the GIMEZ's smaller footprint and a lot more stable in there.
And still in production.
Yeah,
yeah, that's the big
one. You can actually buy one. That's pretty cool.
I did notice AC's store. He started adding more things into his online ordering store there.
None of us knows anything about feature creep.
Oh, nothing at all. No, not us.
Right, and then the other thing I noticed. Let me go to What's a good artifact color game? Popeye?
Yeah, Sailor Man,
No.
Donkey King,
How about was it Dragon?
Sands of
The one
Egypt.
Oh, Sands of
Booyah.
Egypt, maybe Pegasus.
what's the
Booyah.
one that changes the mode through the title
Oh,
screen?
Dragonfire.
Dragonfire, yeah.
That doesn't really work out in the CoCo3 though, I think, because of the
So
time
now
it's
I'm on to
different.
show
Right.
the artifacts.
Yeah,
Okay.
Pegasus would be good because that has the extra ones like purples and yellows and stuff too.
Yeah. Oh, mouse. Yeah, good luck playing that with the mouse.
You wouldn't win the high score challenge, that's for sure.
Huh.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, even on the TV over here, I mean the composite colors looked a little washed out on the VDG screen, but on the P Mode 4 screen it looks pretty vivid.
The direct feed is awesome. We were getting the greens and yellows and everything in the title blob there. So
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's about all I got. Just wanted to show off that you don't, even with the button board, there are alternatives for your GIMEZ. If you have one of those SCART boxes, I have a pretty basic procedure written up that I'm happy to share. How to modify it to fit under the motherboard, because you do have to do a few things to the SCART board, not to the color computer.
All right, cool.
I just made a question in the chat for AC Store where he's telling them to give me Z and the programmer for it and stuff like that. Does anybody have the URL for that handy? I don't at the moment.
Yeah, I was trying to find that.
And I know he's added a few things to it because last time I was on there, there was 3 or 4 items, I think, down there. Does he have it in his channel?
I believe it's in the GIMEZ on the Discord. Or let's see here.
So there's some questions in the chat for asking for it too. So yeah, but one of us will find it and we'll post it in the chat so we can get to the story.
Looking to see if it's pinned on the Discord. CoCoBits.org. That sounds right.
Yep.
Oh, my. So this is the part where if you try to listen to it on the podcast, you're gonna think something went wrong.
what the these people?
They all went off the air.
All right. How about we take a look at Captain Kirchhoff? And I'm sorry, I don't remember your first name.
Ken.
Ken. Okay.
The other
Ken.
And thankfully my mic and video are working. We'll see how long that holds
Right.
up.
See
For the good part.
see if you go into
You're
warp
rather
again.
infamous for dropping, yeah.
Oh. So I'm doing basically nothing else but developing this game. And it's called Atomic Tanks. It's a game that somewhat that other people developed, and it's pretty old. It's been around, I guess, at least a decade. And actually, I'm not a big gamer, but I did sort of gravitate towards this game. So I thought it would be a great one to try and implement on my MC10. And I started this about 2 months ago, I guess. And I'll just tell you just a few things. So I have the original game as a sort of an example for everything. If everyone could just keep moving their heads so that I know I'm still connected. Yeah, thanks. All right. Because when that happens to me, I look up and I see that everyone's frozen, right? That's how I know.
Right. You're talking along. I wonder if anyone's hearing me or not.
Yeah, anyway. No, I realize, yeah. So what's going on is that it's really I've been playing with assembly language recently, like in the past year or so. And I did some assembly years ago. I've done it sort of off and on, but only very small projects. And this is the first time that I've really taken on something that's much bigger. And so it's different. And one thing I'm doing different is that the various features and functions are all contained in their own separate files. So it's modular. And that's not unusual, actually. For example, in C programming, you've just got hundreds of separate files, and then when you compile it brings them all in, ties them all together, right? And but I never did that in assembly before. I always had it just in one huge file. But I realized that this time it was really time to step up my game and start doing it seriously. So each file is really no more than a few pages long, and it does some specific function. And so I can add these features one at a time and test them. And what's going on now is that I discovered that I can't even get close to really doing the game itself because of all the infrastructure that has to be built first. And so there's graphics, there's interfacing with the keyboard, and so on, right? And rather than just making a big mess, treating all of those things as completely separate and then putting it together. And I'm happy with the way that's going. It's amazing. So that's where I'm at. I've got basically the basic components that I need before I even start to do the game itself. Now, something that really happened here is I wanted to show you this, but again, just like Bob, I'm having monitor problems. That it looks great when I'm looking at it now, but I see that on camera, it's blown out. So, but anyway, it's called atomic tanks. These are tanks, this here, and they will shoot. Eventually, they will shoot at each other. There will be a UFO that flies across and randomly attacks. And that's all from the original game too. I'm just copying their ideas. But the MC10 hardware, graphics hardware, doesn't even come close to what the CoCo can do. It's essentially just only the VDG, the video display generator chip that Motorola uses, and nothing else really. So I wanted to do far more in terms of graphics, and so I decided that I would try to have it switch modes between different graphics modes on the same screen in real time. And this week I got that working. So what's going on here is that there's an internal timer that you can question, and it tells you what in microseconds what time it is. So the way TV works is the scan line goes down. And so if you time things right, you can start at the top of the frame, and I say here I'm in alpha mode. And then it comes down when the scan line hits here. I can switch to P mode 1. And then it goes down here, it's all P mode 1. When you get to here, it's P mode 1 also, but with the alternate color set. So it switches color sets here. And then it goes back to alpha semi-graphics mode again. And then it's going to retrace and come back up and repeat. And this just goes on forever and ever and maintains the screen. But the MC10 has no way of knowing when that frame is happening, right? So
yeah, there's no VSync signal.
There is no VSync. Now I have a board that fixes that, but I figured, no, I'm the only person that has that right now. So so it's not going to help anyone, right? So what it's done is I borrowed a trick from Simon Johansson and maybe others that have done this.
Yeah, John Linville did that too, where you adjust where the VSync is. You kind of line it up by tapping keys to change the time.
Yeah, and on this one, it's the break key. And if you you let it go and run by itself. Now here I've set the break key up as a kind of an adjustment thing. It needs some work. It's not really working very well, but I can start it and stop it until, you see, I told you it's not working well.
We can see the text better now, though.
Yeah,
we got text.
Yeah. So that'll give me a much more interesting display, and also it'll save me from having to load a character set, which would use more memory.
Yeah, you can just use the built-in VDG character set.
Yeah, yeah. Now the other nice thing about this thing is that you can use the higher res modes without eating up a lot of memory. Now the MC10 has an incredibly tiny 4K video buffer. It can't do any more without modifications to it. And some people do the modifications. There's an 8K mod, and there's 2 8K mods actually, or maybe 3, and one 32K that I designed. But anyway, not everyone has it. So there's a RAM pack which sort of looks like this, but it's not. That would go in the back and gives you an extra 16K, but it won't help you with the memory. So
yeah, the video memory had to be on board, if I remember right.
That's correct. But with this arrangement, because the alpha semi-graphics mode uses far less memory, and if you can mix the two, then you can have a small window of high-res memory, along with and fill the remaining space with text. And that means you can actually have the high-res modes. You can use them effectively.
Yeah, just not full screen, right? So you could use P mode 3 or P mode 4.
Yes, yeah, in a smaller space, right? And also if you have text at the end, the available contiguous RAM is more. So there's there's the potential actually to create, not this one because it's going to be too complex, but there's a potential to create games that would run entirely on an unmodified 4K machine without any additional memory, and using high-res graphics, right? Because you can reduce the display footprint to 1 or 2K and have like 2 or 3 left over, which doesn't sound like a lot, but if you're doing something in assembly and you're very, very careful, you could do something, right? So it's a possibility. I'm not worried about that because I know it won't fit. So I'm going to assume there's additional memory, but as far as display, it's all going to be in 4K, and there's no problem whatsoever doing that. So a few other things that I've got going on here. I hope you can hear this because I've already got sound working. Whoops, wrong button. Come back.
Allegedly.
Hey. Come back. There we go. Can you hear this?
No.
It's not very...
You have to look at it, I think.
Is your mic movable or is it attached to something?
No, it's the monitor sound. I don't know if I can make it louder.
Yeah, I know, but it thinks it's background noise, so it's blocking it all out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's doing a perfect job of blocking out your background noise.
It's filtering out the background noise perfectly.
Okay, well, that's really... There's probably a button for that on Zoom, but I don't know
there's
where
settings,
it is.
yeah, you can do to, I think, change that. But yeah, is your microphone like attached to something, or is it something you can move over to your speaker?
The mic is on the webcam.
Ah.
Yeah, I don't want to play with that.
Right.
Anyway,
we've been there.
it sounds like an engine running.
Right.
So it's sort of like the tank is idling. And I've got more. I managed to process along with that a tone, so I can put music along with this if I want.
Now, try to remember the 6803 has built-in timers, right?
Yes, it does.
Does it have more than one? And can you program the frequency at which they fire off?
It has one useful one that for this, and the other one it's only an 8-bit timer and with limited functionality.
Okay.
So that's an interesting idea, though. So I'll have to make a note of that because I haven't really considered the other timer, timer 1. It could be that maybe you could actually use that for tones. I'm not sure. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Could look into that, you know.
By the way, 60 in the chat is mentioning, remember, like Christmas Rush, because that was ported to the MC10 by John Linville as well as on the CoCo, and he said there's a 50 hertz MC10 you need to support.
There's a what?
50
hertz PAL version of the MC10.
Oh, sure, no problem. No problem. It can do. Eventually, I'll get around to it. You know, I'm thinking also of making it bilingual. It to be English or French.
For the Alice people.
Oh, yeah, and for Canada because we're bilingual.
Oh,
we have
Quebec
Quebec,
might
right? Oh yeah, so I guess yeah, I want to show you one other thing before I think I've covered the basic stuff. And just one more thing is that let's see, I want to show a screen. Oh, I'm terrible at this. Oh, here we go. Share. And now Zoom is not responding. Oh no, please, no.
Yeah, you had a little stutter when you tried to share there too.
I better not then. Okay, I'll not do that. But you just have to believe me, okay? Have faith in me. The the I decided that I want everything to be completely standalone. I don't want to use anything in the ROM. So the keyboard needs a scan, So I wrote a brand new from scratch keyboard scan for it. And in the process, I decided it should be a real like full ASCII implementation and everything. And so I can at least show you this, which is, so I hope this comes up. See, so this is the extra symbols that it has, which you can access with the control key. So it's got some characters in there that aren't on the keyboard currently. And you would need those for different kinds of programming. So I keep this little thing up here on above the keyboard just to remind me where things are. And uh-oh.
Your video's froze.
Yeah, your video froze. We're still hearing you though.
Okay.
The
Okay.
screen's about to share any minute now.
Yeah.
You're about to go in time warp.
I think I'll hedge my bets and just say I'm done. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good job.
I guess I have one question for you. Something that CoCoTown did was have a program he wrote that would run in the background with BASIC. And I was wondering if you just maybe even split the screen literally in half, so you could do 3K of like a P mode 3 or P mode 4, and then the rest is text. Would it be possible to write an interrupt-driven little ML driver that would let the program do that, and then people could write in BASIC even and have that higher res combined with the text? If they have, say, one of the... Oh, okay. I guess I don't have to answer the question then.
Right.
Well, I think we know for sure. We know it's not his VPN.
Was that?
Yeah, I thought it was Ken in this background for a second there.
He was trying.
Okay, moving on. Let's Brian, let's see what you got today.
Okay. I saw Grant was on there. Did he have an update for CoCoFEST that he wanted to do? If not, I'll go on.
Nope. Yep. Of course, I always have an update for CoCoFEST.
That's the only time he ever shows up on the show.
If we want, we can let Grant do that real quick, and then I'll do my thing.
All right. So I just want to inform everybody we are down to 40 days for CoCoFEST for the ones that are showing up. So Curtis, you're not showing up, so we don't care about you.
I knew that already.
So anyways, just a couple things. Rooms have been re-added to the block because I know there were several people who were having issues blocking rooms or getting rooms booked. So that has been resolved. So they've added several more rooms to the block. So you should be able to get your rooms booked now if you were having issues prior to that. I am currently working on the schedule now. The big thing is, if you wanted to give a presentation, please reach out to me. For some reason this year, nobody wants to give presentations. So this might be a presentation light this year. So I think everybody just wants to play with their toys at the fest, which is fine. So if that's the case, we'll just make the adjustments and do the few presentations that we have and make the auction longer. One thing that we are going to do different this year due to the issues that we've had for the last couple of years, I am moving the auction to 2 o'clock instead of 3:30 on Saturday. So this will get everybody done with the auction before the dinner and settled up and so forth. So auction will start at 2 o'clock. So therefore we can get through the auction, settle up with the auction, and then go to dinner afterwards. So also the other important thing too, if you are just attending the Fest, it's very important that you go ahead and pre-register for two reasons. One, therefore, we can go ahead and get your badge pre-made and printed. Two, that will also put you in the drawing for the door prize, which will be a cash prize for you to spend at CoCoFEST to buy at one of the vendors. So go ahead and start registering for the CoCoFEST if you're just attending. So if you're not going to get a table, go ahead and pre-register for that. So therefore, we can get a good head count on that. And then also do not forget to register for the dinner as well, too, because I have to give the head count for the dinner as well. And we're having lasagna this year, so which should go over very well. So any questions or concerns or anything like that
should we
like to have addressed?
Should we pump the fest a little bit and get some people there and tell them what's going to be in the auction?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we haven't settled on a number, but if you have watched some of the comments on the Glenside Facebook page or seen some of the Glenside meetings, we had a very generous donation last year by a gentleman who ran a company back in the day. He put together this audio solution. Well, he's since closed his business because he retired, and one of the items that he sold in his package, it was part of the package that he sold, was this audio-visual that he sold, was CoCo3s. And he had reached out to Jim Brain, and he had 2 cases, 10 total, of brand new in-the-box CoCo3s. And so we have received those to the club as a donation. We're not sure if we're going to auction off all of them, but we will definitely be auctioning off these brand new CoCo3s either this year or through maybe over the next couple of years. So if you are interested, that's one reason to come to the fest, to have the opportunity to bid on one of those.
Those are stock 128Ks, I presume?
Yes.
Definitely be cheaper than what it is on eBay. That is for sure. So
right.
At least I would think.
And there's vendors there that can upgrade it to 512, 2 meg, et cetera, while you're there.
Yeah,
so.
right at the fest. There you go.
Exactly. Tables are also going fast too. I think we're down to 12 tables. So I'll be posting a update on the website and also through the Facebook groups as well. So I'm sure the procrastinators will probably be booking up those last few remaining tables as well. And I'm surprised too, we've actually had a few people book some of the hallway tables already. And I know the Forgotten Machines has already booked a couple tables too in the hallway that hasn't been updated yet. So there's a couple of those that have been taken up as well.
Have those yet.
Yeah, he actually booked that last night. I had to update that last night. He reached out to me. So
we have a map that vaguely resembles the hall, I think.
Yeah, actually, that's fine. And then actually the layout's not going to be exactly like that, because if we don't have to use 16 tables, we'll maybe need 6 tables, then those 6 people are going to move those tables to where they want to in the hallway, you know.
But I figured my problem, the original map said this was 2 lobby. Well, the lobby's all the way around and down all over here.
Yes.
That's why I couldn't get the room straight in my mind. I was trying to put these doors over here by the lobby because anyway.
Right. That's not
those go to the hallway, if you may remember.
Right. And parking is to the left.
The lobby parking is over here. Right?
That's the side parking.
The side parking is over here, and the lobby and the desk and everything is out this way.
Right.
So now all of a sudden it makes sense.
If Curtis was going to be joining us, we'd have to put the location of the coffee on the map. But since Curtis is not going to be there, we're probably
there.
Well, it says beverages right here. Yeah.
There it is. Okay.
What other beverages are there than coffee? I don't know.
It's right in the center of the map. That's where the beverages.
So yeah, we'll still have the same as last year. We'll have lemonade, hot chocolate, and tea as well. So we'll still be having the regular stuff, but. And since Curtis is not there, the hotel has actually agreed to allow us to have the coffee actually
at a reasonable price.
No. We're actually they're actually letting us use our own coffee maker this year instead of having to hide it back in the other rooms. So
nice.
So, which is nice.
Also with the auctions, it's not too late. If there's anybody listening that would like to donate something to the auction. you can reach out to Grant Leedy or Jim Brain, and we can make arrangements to get it shipped to someone, and we will will also help pay for the shipping.
Yep,
The club
I already
will.
done that already for a couple people already. So yep.
So it's not too late if there's anybody that would not be able to attend and would like to donate.
Cool.
Yep, and I'll be getting the schedule posted here probably here this weekend or this week. So we'll get that up and posted as well. So you have an idea what you're going to give a speech on yet there, Curtis?
Not a clue.
Nitrous 9 gaming or
Not a clue.
4-hour presentation?
No, I definitely won't be that.
So
It might be Brian bringing much stuff, and I'll just see how much I can recollect and make it into a little game or something. I have no idea.
There we go. There we go.
Stump the Curtis.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's all I had. Any questions or anything else? All right,
Nope.
Good. We're getting close. 40 days from today, actually.
Yep.
So.
Not really.
All right, Brian. It's
Brian,
all
you're
you.
up.
Okay. Let's see here. First of all, I'm going to start out with a picture of something I saw the other day, and I only have to ask because I was curious. And this might have been something that's been talked about before, so this is just going to be a little fun first. Let's see here. Here we are. So I went out to Rick Euland's page that he has, Computer Connect, and I saw this at the top of his page, and I had to ask Rick, is this real? Was this something that was functioning?
No, it's all just filed there to get the whole connect theory.
Okay. I just saw this and it's like, what sort of monstrosity
all
is
of
this?
those individual devices are real. You just can't actually. Yeah.
Okay, I thought maybe you had something that you had cooked up before, and I'm like, my
This
goodness.
is the David Ladd special, I think, is what this is.
Exactly.
So I just wanted to have a little fun with that. I just I saw that and I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, it's connected.
Okay, let me
He
stop
doesn't
sharing
dare
this.
power it on.
No.
Watch the magic smoke come out.
Right.
So
Rick's
the
good enough.
next
He
thing
can
that I
plug it all in
wanted to-
live, though. Sorry.
The next thing I wanted to talk about was something I saw on eBay. So I hope I'm not taking someone's steam away though. But I saw this, and when I was talking to the seller, it is somebody who he identified as a regular buyer, and so I have a couple guesses as to maybe who it is. So hopefully they'll share some pictures once they receive it. But so I hope I'm not taking their thunder away. But I just had to talk about this thing. So let me share my screen here again. Okay, this was listed on eBay yesterday, and it sold yesterday. So
Yeah, actually,
it is
this
a
was discussed on the Tandy Discord, too.
Oh, were they talking about it? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a CoCo repack that was listed out there. I didn't grab all the pictures. This is just some of them. So this is the front of it. And when you see this guy did a nice job. I don't know where this came from or whose this was previously, but it ended up at this e-waste facility and then being sold. But you can see here they have this little LCD display that they've got the word CoCo. It's kind of hard to see here. I'll zoom in a little bit, but this is the modem, and they actually drilled holes and put all the modem LEDs into the front of it.
Cool.
Oh,
We got a 3.5-inch floppy, 2 5 1/4, and I'm guessing maybe
That's a hard drive. Yeah.
a hard drive, a 20, maybe 10 meg hard drive.
ST506 probably.
You
Or even
can't
40
see it
maybe.
here though, but these are different power buttons for some of the stuff internally. This is the main power button here. I know it's a little fuzzy, but let me show some of the other pictures. You can see this handle on top
And
here
the
as
handle,
well.
yeah, land
Yeah,
games.
that's a Porticoco there almost.
Okay, here we go. Here's a little bit closer picture. So you can
Nice
see
case.
you can see the modem status lights here. This says modem. I think this says hard drive. I can't quite make out what this one is. This is labeled mouse. I think this is mouse. I can't quite read the whole thing there, but anyway.
It's the right size for an AT or XT keyboard.
Right.
Right.
And it does work. The seller actually posted a picture, so this isn't something that someone's gonna have to make working. It actually is
Sweet.
working.
It's firing up, yeah.
So here's the back of the thing. I mean, it looks like they made a custom plate, but it's clearly got a CoCo3 board in it. Here's your RGB,
your
the
RGB
connector right
out.
there. Yep.
I'm guessing. Yeah.
I'm guessing this is probably the composite video and audio. This is maybe here's going to be our joysticks, and here's the cassette right here. Here's the where you can plug the phone. Yep, and then so here's your phone line in and probably out that goes there. Here's the CoCo serial port. This says keyboard. Now I did message the seller and I said, if you happen to see a keyboard with a 25 pin, that goes with it, because that would certainly be nice. Because whoever made this probably made a custom remote keyboard to plug into it. And you can even see here they relocated the slider switch for the multi-pack.
Yep.
I'm going to disagree with you with your labeling. I bet keyboard is actually the RS-232 to the real modem, and the keyboard is that connector.
But that's only that's only 9 pins though. How many do you need for the keyboard?
Well, for some, I don't know. I'm just
okay. No, the only other thing I thought, Rick, was maybe, let me go back a picture here or two. If they had one of those XT adapters, they could have a keyboard plugged in the front there
or something.
Yeah. So they may have put that on the inside of it. So yep, we'll see. Hopefully the person. Now I think this is the last picture. Look at this here. See this?
Oh, an external slot.
They relocated one of the slots to the back
with a white cable.
Put your game in the back.
Right. So this is this piece right here. So you could slide some sort of a ROM pack right down to the back of it there.
Right. There's your ROM packs.
Can I ask you a question, Brian?
Yeah.
Where is this e-waste located? Like, I'm just trying to figure out what area of the country this would have been in.
Washington. This came from the same place that I got the hard drive from, Spectral.
Seattle.
So I wonder if anybody that attended the Pacific Northwest CoCoFEST in the 90s maybe had one of these.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I've never seen this one before at CoCoFEST Chicago.
Right, and they did that whole back panel, just a sheet of aluminum. You can see it where it cut around the power supply and so forth.
Yep.
It had nothing to do with the original computer. I'm making a CoCo.
Yeah, because you can see they cut this out, so they made their own custom backplate here, so they can house everything. So my guess is, tell me what you guys think. I'm guessing there's a CoCo3 board in here with a disto controller, probably with the 3-in-1 on it, so that way they could have the floppy drives and the hard drive on there.
Serial port and a parallel port.
Yep.
Some modem
and a parallel port, and then there's maybe an XT adapter there to get for the keyboard, and then
adapter.
And then some sort of an internal, some sort of a haze modem of something where they relocated the LEDs. So I'd love to see what the inside of this. So I'm hoping whoever receives this opens it up, because I as nice of a job as he did here, I'm hoping that they did as nice of a job at the inside, because I've seen repacks before and they look like a pile of spaghetti. So yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to share that. I thought it was very interesting, and again, I hope somebody posts some pictures about it. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely CoCo3 though, because that screenshot he took on the hooked up to the TV is 2.1, and that's CoCo3 modifying the ROM plus it says microware, so it's guaranteed to CoCo3.
Yep.
Yep.
So very interesting. It's a nice job. I know this was really popular. Wasn't this more like in the mid '80s? Wasn't this a popular thing to do? People doing the repacks?
More the '90s, I think. That's when everybody was doing repacks.
Yeah, early '90s. And as much work as this has been done, you wonder how much RAM is in it.
Right.
It might not just be.
Well, if they're disto, it could be a 1 or 2 meg if they got the later ones.
Way up, because this much work, you probably get everything you could do.
Yeah,
I'm guessing those floppies are like double-sided 40 track plus a double-sided 80 track.
And you got your 80 track top floppy and ST225 on the bottom, and the whole.
Yeah. So anyway, so we'll see. Hopefully,
what does that little sticker say?
I think it says awesome. That looks like
awesome.
AWES. Yeah, awesome.
Fits.
I was just thinking maybe there's a clue there as to who had it, but maybe.
Oh, I see. Sure. So anyway, so hopefully we'll see this thing again here somewhere. So, the other thing I wanted to talk about, and Curtis, you may have this in your news there for TJBChris's newest video.
Yes, because you donated the card.
Yep. So I wanted to, if it's okay, I'd like to talk about the drive that I have real quick here. It's just a quick talking point.
Sure.
And this might be, okay, So Rick Yulin, this is the drive that I bought from you. And in on TJBChris's video, he talks about the board that his has, and the part number has a W, and it has a, I think it's WD-1000 something.
Yeah, it's 1001 or 1010.
Yeah, and the board that he shows, that he sent me a picture of, is half this width. And so the thought was that this particular drive with this board would work more for like the Model 3 or Model 4 maybe. But I guess I was kind of curious, Rick, if you had this type of board working with that disk, with the hard disk interface. I didn't know how much testing that you did and which drive you used.
I have a system that I got from a local doctor here, where he ran his office on a CoCo2.
Yeah.
And this is the controller board that's in his system.
Okay.
So, and it's actually got a CPU on it. It's a computer, not just a drive controller.
Okay.
Anyway, I know that's the one that he had on his system, and I've still got that drive. So we may try to reassemble all of that and see if we can.
Well, I know you sent me a floppy disk. I think I have it in another box. I just grabbed this real quick to look and see. But I know Chris tried to get, because he has a drive like this that he has on one of his other Z80 machines, and he was unable to get it. But he tried another drive another 15 meg drive that he had, and like I said, it had the one where it's half the width of this board. So I'm still going to give it a go. So this, I guess I'm showing this now here is kind of within the project segment area here, because he's doing one of the things that's on my checklist is to get the hardware going and installing it. And so, and without going into too much other detail, Rick, did he get a hold of you?
I just saw Discord this morning when I logged in. I've been having a really bad week, so I haven't been online.
No worries. I just want to make sure that you and him were able to.
We need to pool our resources. I'm sure we can get it all working, because I know I had a working system. So, even if my parts are broken, I know which parts we need.
Yep. Okay.
So,
I do know it's fairly specific to a certain subset of that WD. I can't remember 1010 or 1001, but there was like certain ones that worked and certain ones that didn't.
Yeah, actually, Alan, Exile in Paradise, him and I were talking, and he had some notes from the manual there, and there was certain types of like quantum drive or whatever drives that would work with these as well. So,
I seem to remember the Tandy drives using the WD-1010 controllers.
Okay,
that's what Alan said.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. I remember it's that 1001 or 1010.
Yep. So, but anyway, I just wanted to talk about this as a future project, and I just wanted to share this real quick because I'll let you talk about his video when we get to that point, though. But he does a really nice job, a nice tutorial with it, and he has a little fun too. And
and he plugs our show too, which is nice. And apparently, he's working on a new ad.
Oh, okay, very good.
Now
I will warn people: this is a new ad he's designed after a few glasses of wine. So
no, we're really in trouble.
So, anyway, yeah, because if I could get this working, and of course we got the drive from Spectral, and I also have some other drives with some controllers and stuff like that, and not this year, but that might make for a fun display at CoCoFEST to show all the some of these different drives connected to the CoCos and stuff like that. So it'll be maybe a future project. So anyway, that's all I had, just kind of short and sweet. I just wanted to have a fun with a couple of things there and then talk about this drive for a moment. So anyway, that's all I got, Mark.
Okay. Oh.
Sorry, I didn't give enough. I know usually I go on longer, Mark, so you have more time to relax there. Sorry about that. So.
You mean wake up.
And the next one and done. Warning.
All right, that was everybody on the list for project updates. Any other ones?
Ken Waters has one, but it's part of the news. So.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and take our break and come back with the game on results.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Alan Huffman, Barry Tompkinson, Boysen Tech, Brendan Donnie, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Askham, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Segard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jeffrey Drywater, Jim Mullis, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Mark Castellan, Michael Hill, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Richard Gore, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Trapp, TJBChris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Hi, this is Mikey N6IL, and you're watching the CoCoNation, the nation's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
The CoCoNation would like to thank our Discord boosters: Boysen Tech, Captain Kirchhoff, Frederick Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard G., and Wingnut 2626. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Katerpillar Attack. We had a total of 17 players. We had Mark O with 2439, Sloopy Malibu 2659, Jim Rye 3124, Canadian Retro Things 3419, Ed Rhodes 3482, Doug Venner 4005, Rich N 4466, Retro Rick 4544, Coconut Bob 4606, L. Curtis Boyle 4842, Mark B 5603, Shenley 5830, Sabhead 6827, Mike Zweifel 7181, Richard G, 7236. Tazman, 7239. And this week's number one score belongs to, drumroll please, Dr. Ted with 7,301. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute!
Salute! Hey, I'm moving up in the world.
Yeah, you did pretty. You beat a lot of us. There was a score submitted afterwards by. I should know this offhand, but I think it was. I'm lost.
And your contribution was very important to us.
Here we go. Tazman. I mean, he had a score on there, but he found a little hack in the game. And he took a screenshot of 9,999, so just before the game wrapped over to 0 again. So
nothing again.
So what he did is he actually got the caterpillar stuck in a spot, and then he just went over to the other side of the screen and killed spiders as they came onto the screen.
So he got 99.99.
I have to say the scores are all fairly close to each other. There's no big runaway, except for, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, other than that one that Tazman did, but he decided not to. He felt it was cheating, but I actually don't think so. I think that's just manipulating the gameplay.
Yeah.
Because I know, who was it? I think on the live show, Bob got the Caterpillar stuck at one time, and he went through and he just shot all the mushrooms on the screen and discovered, well, you don't get a lot of points for shooting all the 1-point mushrooms.
Yeah, occasionally you get the flea coming down to refill them up, so you can shoot them.
That's a slow way.
Very slow way to farm points, but... Okay, so now I guess we should take a look at some of the reviews of Caterpillar Attack. Now, interesting because this was very early on in most of the magazine's lives, so the way that they do reviews is not the best, I would say. But we will start here with, it's just an ad for it in Color Computer Magazine. So this is June of 1983. So you can see that in North America, the tape was $24.95 and the disc was $27.95. Now we move over to Color Computer News from October 1982. Does a lot of talking about just how to play the game. And then the reviewer prefers the joystick action over the roller controller ball of the original. Rates Caterpillar quite favorably with the arcade game, so comparatively thinks it's really close to the arcade game, and it makes a welcome addition to any Gamester's library, especially that of Centipede fans. So this guy really liked the game.
Quick mention, I mentioned that the very first time Caterpillar Attack was advertised was the July 1982 Rainbow.
Okay. Oh crap, did I not open my other ones? Just a second. Oh yeah, I did. It's hidden behind the stupid share button. Move that over there, so reshare that. There. And here we have Rainbow, July 1982. Says you can add Caterpillar Attack to the list of outstanding adaptations from the arcade to the, I don't know, was it common to call the CoCo back then the ADC?
That was when the big war between ADC and CoCo as being the official nickname Rainbow was going through, and Lonnie actually flip-flop a couple times himself on that. And eventually CoCo won out.
That's a good question. What's ADC mean? Oh, ADC.
The TRS-80C.
TRS-80
yes.
C for color.
Color computer.
Because for color. Okay, yeah. I think CoCo is a better choice.
CoCo's much better than ADC. That's just weird.
Yeah. But back then, people thought CoCo sounded too childish, so there was a big fight in the letters page.
Right. You could tell.
And up here in Canada, you would think ADC just sounds like your CoCo is really overheating.
Well, had we switched to metric by 82? I don't think so. Or maybe we had.
It started,
we had.
It started in the late 70s.
70s, you're right. Yeah, I just thought of that.
Back in the early 80s, I remember them teaching it to us at school. So, okay, we don't use this anymore. You have to switch over to kilometers. And
yeah, I think it's about 77 or something. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Anyways, there's no disappointment. It is good, and the action is fast. Joystick responds quickly, and there are excellent graphics, color, and sound.
It is fast, and the joystick responds
It is
excellent.
fast, and it's a very, especially, yeah, for a really early game on the color computer, this one flies.
Mm-hmm.
Now, moving over to Dragon User, we've got just one paragraph about it, and it's a good copy of the arcade game Caterpillar.
Caterpillar? What? Centipede.
I don't know.
Caterpillar.
Well, things must have been. I guess somebody, Sixie, could say how maybe the arcade game was called different over in the.
I don't think so, but yeah, 60, if you know.
And as a copy of an arcade game, it is well written and should provide a lot of amusement, particularly if you're a fan of Gardner's Question Time, which
is that a TV show or something?
I have no idea what
is
that
is.
Is
it a reviewer trying to be funny? I have no idea.
Could be. 60, you're going to have to explain that one to us. And then an interesting thing on here is it actually lists it. So if you were buying this for the Dragon, it cost €8, or £8, I guess that was back then. So £8 compared to the and I'm assuming that's on tape. So you compare that to the $24.95 you paid over in North America. That's a big
It's 4 to 1.
difference.
3 to 1. 4 to 1.
Back then, 8 pounds was probably worth about $9 to $10 American.
Oh, it was worth more than that. Wasn't the pound at that time like $2.12 American or something like that?
I didn't think it was that high.
Yeah, it was way up back in the day.
Oh, was
Yeah,
it
I
way
seem to
up?
remember that
Okay,
too.
so $16. So that's still almost $10 less. It's a big difference anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think the UK market, like they did, that's why they had all those dirt cheap software
Discount.
titles,
Yeah.
because they,
Yeah.
you know, people didn't
Well,
have as much free money because they were so heavily taxed at the time.
It's just a great thing to show off how much more affordable it would have been in Europe to have one of these computers than in North America, if you
Yeah.
wanted
Okay.
to play games and stuff.
Hey, Sixy, I did some responses here. So GQT is a radio program, and he said the arcade game was called Centipede up there too, so there was no Caterpillar. The guy got confused. And it's exactly what it sounds like, he says.
About
Garden,
$2
whatever it was.
per pound, yeah.
But you remember they had like pocket money software. They sold software for like, you know,
Yeah, like a
£2.
£1.99.
way cheaper than say Novasoft, which is about the only equivalent I can think of in North America at the time.
Other
That just
than
was
if you
like
had
$5 more.
if you had a subscription to the
Oh, like T&D or
magazine.
Chroma Set. Yeah,
T&D, Chroma Set. So yeah, very well reviewed game, and
yeah, especially for that time period. I mean, the middle of '82. I mean, that one review you got from Rainbow there, which is probably simultaneously when the actual commercial release went out on Tomix's ad. That was the very first Rainbow to have a color cover. That should tell you how old that was.
okay.
Before that, it was all black and white.
And yeah, early enough that referring it to the ADC, which is just something I really haven't heard very much of. I maybe have heard of it, but not very.
Yeah, it was in
commonly.
mid '82 where that battle was going back and forth, and 80 Micro was involved with that too before they started publishing Hot Cocoa. But yeah, there's the serious hobbyists were going like ADC sounds like a real computer, and a Coco sounds like a toy or a kid's program or something like that. And everybody's going, no, it sounds cute. It's like Apple or something like that. It's warm and friendly. And
Yeah.
Lonnie himself in his editorial pages went back and forth a couple of times because he at one point was going, yeah, we're going with ADC. A little hardcore hobbyists want it that way. And then they got so many complaints, he switched it back. And then, of course, Wayne Green, I think, originally thought ADC was the proper one to go to. And, of course, a year later, he was coming out with Hot Cocoa, not Hot ADC. So you can tell which one won.
Hot Cocoa just sounds better.
It does, yeah.
Right.
Well, and I mean, actually, though, I mean, Hot ADC is.
It makes
pretty
sense. You know,
much
80 Celsius is
true.
pretty darn hot. So
Yeah. Although that would have pretty much gone over most of the Americans' heads, especially at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Like now, I think most people know no matter where you're from, you know what Celsius is. But back then,
yeah. Well, 100C is like the boiling point of water, which is 212
Yeah.
Fahrenheit. So that gives you an idea. 80C is probably around what?
That's where most
170,
CPUs
160.
That's where most CPUs start shutting down is 100C. So.
yeah. Well, most modern CPUs. Can you imagine?
Yeah, ours just smells a little funny and keeps going.
Yeah.
Exxon Paradise, the chat says ADC sounds like a GPU problem. You know, it's overheating the
Yeah,
graphics.
yeah, he's right. Yeah, getting a little hot there.
Yep.
Sounds like you're trying to overclock it or something.
All right,
I
so-
quite liked it because I remember
Definitely can.
our club got a copy of it fairly early on, and the sound effects and stuff were better because normally there's some of the ticks and boops, like almost like an
Yeah.
Apple game would have been with a 1-bit speaker. That one actually had like gunshot sounds and stuff. So
The only
or
thing I've
style.
really heard anybody complaining about in this game was the fact that you could only move up and down one line in the bottom. So
yeah, and I don't know why
Mostly-
they introduced that as a limitation because that doesn't make
yeah, most of that was just Sloopy complaining about that. So
yeah.
see if Sloopy's awake.
Apparently not.
Nope. But yeah, I mean, other than definitely if you can get the Caterpillar coming down one side of the screen, then and you can shoot it it's a good way to keep it, because if you shoot the front one as it's coming straight down at you, it'll reverse the caterpillar to go back up. So then you just shoot that mushroom out of the way, and then if you can get it bouncing back and forth, it's a good way to kind of trap the caterpillar.
Yeah.
And keep killing it rather than get it just trapped and move over to a different part of the screen and kill spiders.
Yeah.
Which I
And if
never
you're worried
thought
about
of
the
doing.
spiders, I would recommend maybe staying in the middle of the screen so you have a little time to react to either
Yeah.
dodge or try to
Each
shoot.
direction.
Yeah.
Although I
Because
do
if you're hanging on the
think
edge there, it could just slam into you instantly and you die.
there's only a few different spots that the spider will come into, so you can kind of figure out where the safe zone is, and that the spider will never actually fall down on top of you. I think, Mark, you definitely noticed that, didn't you?
Well, I ran into a couple of games where it's like the pattern it used, the spiders kept coming down pretty much just right there in the center. I didn't have to move a whole lot.
Yeah.
So that found to be, at least in a couple of games, it just looked, that was a nice sweet spot.
Yeah, you should be talking about this, Mark, since you outscored most of us.
Yeah, including me and Ken, I think.
So that was my that's my claim to fame. I just did had a couple of good runs, and I didn't have to. I was able to stay right there in the center, and everything fell right towards me. So.
And with enough practice, you can get used to the only being able to move up and down one line. You just got to time yourself to move up and then back down. And the hardest thing about it, when a caterpillar gets down to the bottom, is trying to shoot it, because by the time you actually react to hit the button, it's usually gone by already. So you've got to learn to lead it a bit. But other than that, I can't think really of any tips and tricks for this game.
Don't worry about a scorpion. It never comes out. That's one.
Yep. I can honestly say the scorpion did not kill me once in this game.
Yeah.
Me neither. It's always the spider.
I hope somebody can figure out who RNS Kratz was, because, I mean, it's a good game and fairly early in the Coco's life, like within 2 years of its announcement. And they didn't write anything else as I've ever discovered. And I'm really curious, like, are they brothers? Is it a father-son team? Or
if you're out there and you know who they are, get them in touch with us. We would like to know. Because, yeah, I mean, obviously they knew quite well how to program this computer. Because this is definitely, especially for that time frame, this game definitely moved a lot quicker than most games at the time.
Yeah.
I was surprised how responsive it was. It's like, wow, there's no annoying lag here. It just goes where you want it to. You know, it's totally on you that you're screwing up. It's like, oh no.
Yep. Definitely one where, I mean, either in an emulator with a mouse or on real hardware with a manual joystick. Or
I was using the deluxe. Worked really well.
Might be interesting, as Curtis was. I think it was you that was talking about maybe trying it with the roller controller.
Yeah, that is one that might be friendly to it.
Yeah.
The vertical might take you a little bit. You know, you have to probably sprint pretty hard to jump, half the joystick range and as quick as possible.
Well, you should be blasting those caterpillars quick enough to not have to do that.
Yeah. 60 seconds in the chat, he said he might play again, but construct a virtual joystick, probably for X, where the mouse does X, but the up-down is on the keyboard, so you can instantly go up or one or down row with like an arrow key and use the mouse to position it horizontal.
Since you don't really need the vertical motion.
As much, yeah. And then Richard Gore says, I'm really glad I didn't have to avoid a seeking bomb like last week in Fury.
This time you just had to avoid a seeking spider.
Does the spider seek, or is it more just like it follows a pattern?
It just jumps on a pattern.
Yeah.
But if he kills you a few times in a row, it seems like he's seeking you.
True. That was a fun game. I mean, it's not the best version of Centipede on the Coco, though at the time of release it definitely was.
Yeah.
I'd say there's two that are probably closer to the arcade than this one. Caterpillar by Aardvark, which had really good graphics. I mean, lower res, but really good, smooth moving graphics, not tile based, and everything in the game, including the Scorpion. But the sound was pretty well almost non-existent. And then, of course, Color Pete, I think, is the best clone of Centipede that we have.
Yeah.
Even changes the color of the mushrooms on alternating stages.
But definitely one that I would not be disappointed to have gotten back as a kid.
Yeah, especially in '82. I mean, for the Coco,
Yeah.
that would have been like a pristine title.
Definitely
especially
could have brought that out to say, you got that on your VIC-20? Nope, don't think so.
Yeah, and the C64, I don't think is even out yet at that point.
I think that was around the time the C64 was coming
Yeah, I
out.
think it came out the fall of '82. Can't remember.
And you could also show all those Apple people, right, Mark? Mark O.
Yeah.
You could show up all those Apple people with this game.
Yeah, I don't remember any of the Centipede clones being that early. I know there were some, but boy, I can't remember the latest one. I'd have to go back and look.
This would
it's a
have
good
been the
game,
one to,
especially for an early title.
The one to bring to the
Oh, yeah.
playground for the 8-bit wars back then.
Yeah.
Yep. There's also the
arcade
game that literally
level.
launched Tom Mix into doing arcade games for the Coco. They thought it was the
Yeah.
first real one, and that kind of set them on the path. Within 6 months, they had Donkey King.
Well, thank goodness for that then. All right, well, I guess, do we have anything else to say about Caterpillar Attack? Other than,
Nope, if you didn't get a chance to play it for the challenge, I would recommend giving it a shot.
Yeah, other
it's a
than
good
why
game,
did they spell
high-paced.
Caterpillar like that?
Yeah.
I guess that was their attempt to make sure that they don't get sued.
Yeah, it keeps it as far away as possible because you're not even starting with the same letter, I guess. So.
And so the other game that we played this week was Aw Ass, or however you pronounce it.
Aw Ass, did you say?
Aw
Ass.
Awas. Yeah, an interesting game. One thing that I'm not sure if people have discovered it yet, but one of the things you can do in the game is when the ghost is on the same level as you, if you shift the level over to hit the ghost with the bomb, it kills them, and you get points for that.
Oh, rather than just trapping them, you can actually kill the ghosts.
Yeah, you can actually kill the ghosts with the bombs that are on the screen. And the other thing that I think Sloopy discovered is that if you walk right up to the very edge of the holes in the platform that are only like one section wide,
Walkway, yeah.
then you move the walkway underneath you, you actually jump over the hole. If it's the wider holes, you fall down, but
You drop
the
through.
skinnier holes,
Yeah.
if you get right up to the edge with like 1 foot hanging over, you jump right over.
Oh, cool. I think I hadn't seen that.
Yeah.
The whole shifting the platform, though, that's kind of a unique game mechanic I haven't seen.
Yeah. I can't think of any other games that are really like that, especially like having to move the ladders to line up so you can get up and down the levels. And
Yeah. I mean, the basic graphics, the background have been used in some of the other Infinite games.
Oh, yeah.
So when I first saw it, it's another take on whatever. But, once you discover your moving platforms, it's like, oh, no, this is quite a bit different.
Yep. I mean, that's one of the, I guess, I mean, the guy is making games for, 128 systems right now?
Yeah,
So
it keeps expanding,
he's
too.
reusing the graphics assets quite a bit, so.
Yeah, and the sound assets, you got the same little tunes playing
Yeah.
or a couple of different tunes he chooses from.
But no, it's actually quite a fun game, and it's actually, I would rank it as one of the more challenging Inafudo games that has come out.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to try it? Yeah. Did you get a chance to try it on any other platforms, or? Because they have ColecoVision, Vision, and all kinds of stuff there. Some of the machines you have.
I haven't done it yet, but
okay.
Well, probably won't get a chance this week either. But
yeah, you're busy recording a video, which we'll cover later.
Yeah, and that's why I hate AI. We'll talk.
We'll get into that too then later.
Nice.
Nice. So I guess Sloopy, if you're around, are you ready to talk about the live Game On challenge? Or does anybody have any other tips or tricks about OWASP?
I'd be playing enough to even consider coming up with tips and tricks.
What is the getting the platform to shift? I think it shifts the direction you're facing when you press the space bar. Or is there a better way to?
Whatever direction you're facing, the platform will move to. Like if there's objects on the platform, they'll be moving towards you.
Okay, gotcha. So it's the opposite direction you're facing.
Yeah.
If you're facing a direction, the platform shifts behind you, basically.
So yeah, basically, if you walk up to the edge of a hole and you're facing that hole and you shift it, the hole will slide under you.
Right. You either fall or you jump across. Okay.
Yeah.
And I've also noticed it wraps. If you keep going the same direction, it'll actually wrap around until you can move a ladder segment off one side and come back up on the other.
The level will, but you can't.
Right.
So, as it does not sound as if Sloopy is here right now.
Awake here, yeah, with it, that kind of.
He said he has having visitors 15 after the start time, so.
I will show the Game On challenge here. So, there, as you can see, people are playing Caterpillar Attack, people are playing OWASP. Let's see if I can find where we had the most players. There, we had actually 7 people all at once. So a pretty good day for the Game On Challenge Live. And
yeah, I see some people playing the CoCo 1 and 2 version. Some are playing the CoCo 3 version.
That's the MC10 version, I think, isn't it? Or no, it's not. That's the CoCo.
That's CoCo 1 and 2, I think. But yeah, it works in the MC10 as well. So yeah.
Yeah. So all scores are accepted. MC10, CoCo 1, 2, or CoCo 3. Just not from, the ColecoVision or the Atari. Yeah, I guess we had a lot of fun playing, and it was a good turnout. We had a first-timer there, Richard B., another Canadian, so...
Wish more people would come join us.
Oh, yeah, 7 people, so... Yeah, so if you want to come and join us, then you can join us in the Game On Challenge Live channel on Discord on Thursday nights, starting at 5 o'clock Pacific time, or whatever time that is other places. I don't even know what time that is in Saskatchewan anymore.
Yeah. Well, you'll be joining us on Not Changing Times now, officially as of last week. So
from starting next fall, I'll only know what time it is in Saskatchewan other than us. I won't know anywhere else.
Well, Arizona. You and Ron Neville will also have that in common with us, that they don't change either.
There we go.
I think we'll get rid of daylight savings times about the time we switch over to metric.
I.e. never. Okay, gotcha.
It could happen.
It could happen.
There's like a 1 in a billion chance. 1 in a metric billion chance.
Is that worse than a imperial net billion chance?
No, don't you have to go into 1,000 millions and then to billions?
Yeah, so if you want to join us, then everybody is welcome. You can play on real hardware. You can play on emulators. You just share your screen, have fun, make fun of everybody else that's playing, because that's what we do. And don't worry if you're really bad at the games, because many of us are.
We are too, yeah.
Remember, somebody comes in last every time. This week it was me.
And Mark B was like way up in the top 10 there.
Yeah.
Right?
Taking out the heavyweights.
Actually, if you look, most of the regulars of the Game On Challenge Live were like making up the bottom 30 or 40% of the scores this week.
The casual gamer just popped in for the first time in 6 months with, get the high scores. So.
Yep.
That's not quite true, though. We have a couple of regulars that are always at the top of the charts these days.
Oh, yeah. Well, because I think they're all AI.
Yeah. Or they're younger than us, one of the two.
Or they still have reflexes.
We're going to be shocked if one of them shows up to CoCoFEST.
Yeah. By the way, a compliment to you and Sloopy there, Ken. Richard Gore says, my first time, and I really had fun. Everyone was really nice when he joined this last Thursday.
Oh, cool.
Well, we're a very welcoming bunch. We're not like Commodore people.
Throwing down.
Wingnet says, I'm younger than you guys, and I still score lower.
One day we all find that game we're good at, and we get a really good score.
Hey, I got second place one time a few weeks ago. Of course, there were only 4 people playing.
All right. Well, yeah, so Game On Challenge channel on Discord. Real hardware emulators, we accept them all. And 5 o'clock Pacific time is when we start on Thursdays. So
8 p.m. Eastern.
8 p.m. Eastern. Just come by, join. And you don't have to stay for the whole show. You don't have to be there right at the beginning. Just join when you can. Leave when you have to. Just remember the one rule is have fun. All right, shall we take a look at what game is replacing Caterpillar Attack?
Yes. Show us that beautiful footage.
Okay, well, this one's going to be a really hard one to guess because, again, it's one where they just write the name of the game right on the screen. So,
have you thought about blocking that out if it's there?
Right, a little heavy pixelation or something.
Or is that too much work?
I only chose this game like an hour ago, so I don't have time to do that.
The secret's out.
Production.
There we go. Good luck guessing this one.
Popcorn.
Submarines.
Just everybody cover up the bottom of the screen with your hand and guess.
Yeah. I'm just trying to remember if it's Chromaset or T&D. I think it's T&D.
I believe this is T&D.
Yeah. It's one of their machine language games. Of course, patterned off the classic 1970s arcade game called Avalanche.
Yep. And more popular on the color computer as Popcorn.
Or Ketchum.
I think
or
Popcorn was about the most the one that I knew as a kid. So
yeah, Ketchum was by Dave Edson of Aardvark, and it was an early 1982 one as well.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of them actually. There's Starship Chameleon's kind of an advanced version of it. 60 points out another mouse game. So if you're playing with emulators, the mouse is perfect for this.
Yeah,
and you will need an analog joystick.
Yeah. So, if you don't know what kind of game this is, you're the little platforms on the bottom, and you have to move back and forth and catch the things falling off the ceiling. And if you miss one of your platforms disappears. So it's one of those really weird games that every time you die, it gets harder. You're not technically dying, but every time you mess up, the game gets harder, rather than making it actually easier for you to start off.
Yep. For those of you that grew up in the 70s and early 80s too, I would suggest the Kaboom, Activision's game for the Atari VCS and other platforms, is based on this concept as well, though it does it a little bit differently, but pretty close.
So, yeah, Bubble Buster will be the game for the next 2 weeks.
Interesting. On the archive, there's both the T&D version and the Micro Deal version.
Oh, I didn't know Micro Deal had a version.
Yeah, I didn't know they had Bubble Buster. Is it the same game on the Dragon?
Don't know.
There's definitely some artifact colors there on purpose, so that would either they'd have to use the green background or they'd have to make it a black and white game.
Well, somebody will have to check on that for me to see if they're the same game or not. If not, we're playing Bubble Buster, so choose that one.
Karen 60 might be able to tell us after the 30-second delay in the chat. So AWAS, AWAS, whatever we want to call it. Another week. And Bubble Buster for 2 weeks.
Yep.
AWAS or whatever we're going to call it can be played with keyboard. Or I think it requires keyboard, actually.
Yeah.
And this one will require an analog joystick. A digital joystick will not be good enough for this.
Just like Caterpillar Attack.
I have my secret weapon.
Or used the Wyco trackball like Rick's holding up. I have one of those too.
There you go.
With the yellowed cue ball.
Exactly.
So, Rick, did you try Caterpillar Attack with that?
No, I did not. This was a bad week. It was a very bad week. But we're going to try the next one.
Caterpillar Attack's been on for 2 weeks. If you only had one bad week.
That's how bad this week was.
It lasted 2 weeks.
Rollover from the previous week.
All right, well, that's all I have to say for the Game On Challenge Live.
Cool.
Enjoy.
And Mark, you got my little note in the chat?
Yeah, let's see.
We'll do Game On News first, then I need to take a break for just a minute or two, so do a commercial then.
Okay, Game On first?
Yeah. Just to keep the theme running. Games.
Okay.
Just to keep Ken awake.
Huh? What?
Okay, for those who are going to be having some free time tomorrow, the Amigos will be recording the next episode of the Coco Show. At this time, they're recording the only commercial 3D glasses game for the CoCo3 that I know of, which is Warp Fighter 3D by Steve Bjork, which is a kind of a very simplified version of Star Raiders or Project Nebula, if you're familiar with that one. But if you actually have the red and green or red and blue glasses, 3D glasses, it actually does do a pretty darn good 3D effect. You know, asteroids and stuff will come from the distance and come out of the screen at you type thing. We actually played this, Ken, you were there too at one of the back then still called BoatFest shows. And I know Aaron was pretty smitten by it when he actually got it on and tried it. I don't think Brent got a chance to try it, so this will be his first time experiencing it. But this is being recorded tomorrow, live on their Twitch and on their YouTube channels. If you go to the show notes, which are already uploaded onto the Coco Discord, I've got links to both the Twitch and the YouTube, so you can watch it whichever way you prefer. They usually have some pre-show stuff that happens on the Twitch version that does not get into the YouTube version, so more banter. And they do check the chat, so they'll talk to you and stuff. And they'll be announcing the next game, which they've already picked, which I'm not going to steal their thunder on, the next one. But yeah, catch that tomorrow. I think, I'm trying to remember what time it was supposed to be at. It's kind of bounced a few times, so I think it's probably late morning, early afternoon, somewhere around there. But it should be interesting to see what, especially what Brent thinks of that game. And you can see down here, they played Quicks not too long ago. Next up is one of those comparison videos. This one is done by Retro Gamer Diaries on YouTube. And he's talking about the history and 31 different versions of the UK game classic Jet Set Willy, including the Dragon 32 version. So, of course, this was originally on the Speccy, I believe, and since then it's been ported to everything from, you know, a BBC Micro or C64 up to like the Xbox, etc. So some of them have taken different paths. Some of them on the newer consoles have actually come out with retro versions, so it looks like the older versions were. Some of them have tried to completely modernize the game, like I think the Amiga version did, and it actually kind of lost some of its luster that way, honestly. The Dragon version, I'll show you a little clip of it a little bit later here, but I thought I'd play a little bit of the intro because it was kind of funny. He was talking about how modern game players, you know, talk about how tough some of the games are. And then you get a pixel perfect game like Jet Set and you go, you guys have no idea what tough is. So I'll play a little clip of that and then we'll jump to the Dragon version.
I'm 55 years old and I've been playing games for most of my life. And let me tell you, that one such game lasts in the face of any challenge these so-called tough games provide. That game, ladies and gents, is Jet Set Willy, and that name alone is enough to strike fear into the hearts of many who've been brave enough to press play on the cassette player. Released in 1984 by Software Projects, this game was designed and developed by legendary Matthew Smith. And flippin' heck, if you don't know who Matthew is, well, he achieved cult status with his earlier hit, Manic Miner.
I don't know if you guys saw there too in the background showing the author of the game here, who was 17 at the time he wrote this, by the way. He has a Model 100. So there's some crossover there. Maybe I'll fast forward to the Dragon one. So what you're looking at here is the Spectrum one. And I think this is the later version of the Spectrum one. Like the Spectrum got upgraded at one point to get a sound chip out of it. The original Spectrum had 1-bit sound, just like an Apple II. So they did that kind of warbly, trying to play sound in the background thing, which was pretty innovative for the time. And the Dragon version does pretty well the same thing.
Better than nothing.
Yeah. But the graphics resolution of the Specky, as it's also nicknamed, is basically the same as a CoCo, 256 by 192. The one difference is they have 8x8 pixel grids, and they have a separate little block of 512 bytes of memory that you can specify the foreground and background color within each of those blocks. So you can actually get up to like 16 colors on the screen at once, though you're restricted to 2 within an 8x8 pixel boundary. And that's where also the color bleed comes in, because if you're trying to make smooth shapes, not jumping 8 pixels at a time, and you're starting to cross over into backgrounds and stuff here, all of a sudden you'll see like this kind of ghostly glow of the other colors coming through, because you have
Color has to cross over, right?
Yeah. But yeah, they go through the history of the game development a little bit, and they also go through like some of the versions have extra screens. The Dragon is actually one that has more screens than the original Spectrum version did. There were some extra levels added. And then there's some other later versions that added even more. And there's also a kind of a sequel called Jet Set Willy 2 that added a whole whack load of levels that on some platforms was sold as just Jet Set Willy, like a kind of a deluxe version with a whole bunch of stuff in it. But I will jump ahead to the Dragon. Let's look here. There, just before we switch over, there's the Amstrad CPC version. The same sound effects you'll hear on the Specky and the Dragon version. And some did the animation of the characters and stuff here, and then other versions did not.
So I take it they were Python fans.
Yeah, the stomping foot, you saw that?
Yeah.
Right, now we're on to the Dragon 32 and 64, which was released in 1985. This version features a few screens that are not seen in the other versions, such as the guest room, the pub, the Hall of Mirrors, amongst others. Obviously,
now, the fact that the Dragon version has a special pub room, does that indicate something about the Dragon users at the time? I don't know.
Indicative of the social norms.
Yeah. And that's kind of where the Dragon Meetup always ends up, as a pub right after the show, so it's still running today. But you'll notice here, because the resolution on the Dragons at P Mode 4, same as on the CoCo, is exactly the same as the Spectrum. They basically just took the Spectrum graphics and ported it directly over. But of course, they couldn't do the color, and the Dragon, because of PAL, does not have artifacting in that mode, not the same way anyway. So it looks like almost like a Mac version would be, you know, kind of a black and white thing. But yeah, it had a few extra levels. That was one of its claims to fame. It was one of the better ports too. But the assets were pretty well copied straight across. Even the music's pretty well played the same as the original Spectrum version without the sound chip too, even though the Dragon's a little more capable. Now, the intro screen did use a bit of a smoother tone instead of the warbly sound like you saw when it said Jet Set Willy. But it's considered a classic, kind of a sequel to Manic Miner by the same author. Okay, 60 has popped into the chat about a few things here, so I just want to quickly check. Very common microdealism. Stick a menu right at the beginning that picks P Mode 4 black or either of the P Mode 3 color set, screen or buff. Yeah, a lot of the conversions from Spectral and Computerware did that too. I really wish they'd taken the time to redesign sprites for the Dragon color, because I mean, some of the P Mode 4 stuff was not designed to be run as a pure 128, so that you get kind of haze colors like at the edges of your shapes and stuff that could have looked a lot better. But sometimes they just got the raw binary from North America or whatever, and you know, just kind of quickly patched in these little loader programs that gave you these options, but they didn't go through and change all the graphic assets. Anyway, it's a really good comparison video. Like I said, they cover modern stuff. They cover, you know, other 8-bit platforms like Atari. You can see they're kind of in the highlight. Atari ST, which actually basically just copied the Spectrum one verbatim. But then you get some of the fancier stuff here that goes like quite a bit different. So, here. Like the Amiga version goes into a scroller. So quite a bit different gameplay.
And that game is the Amiga version, which was released in 1992. In the Amiga game, the screen scrolls and the old room names disappear from the screen, but the platform layouts, baddies and movement patterns are more or less identical to the original. The graphics have obviously been tarted up to be suitable for the Amiga, although they're still far from state of the art, and the music, in common with the 16-bit version of Manic Miner, is unspeakably awful, far worse than even the old Specky used to manage.
I found that amusing. But yeah, there's been like 31 different computer ports of this to the various systems, including modern systems. So, and if you have not played it before, it is one of those pixel perfect games. You got to do your jumps exactly timed right, or else you die. You die a lot in this game. This is something Ken and I have discussed numerous times, playing a lot of the Dragon ports, because that was just something that in the UK, learn how to die a lot. Speaking of however we pronounce this game, that is the Game On Challenge for another week here. Indy has still not got an official Dragon version. And of course, the keyboards are mapped differently, so the instructions on screen as to which keys to use are wrong if you just take the CoCo version and throw it on the Dragon. So Pere Serrat has actually gone through, like he has recently on the other games they've done, and he's patched it. So he's actually got these available. If you go to the World of Dragon archive, and you should if you haven't, if you go to their upload section, you can actually download both the long name version and the short name version of it. And, it's running between emulator on real hardware. And you can get the virtual disk image, and it actually has everything patched around the Dragon. And, screenshots just look like the CoCo 1 and 2 version of it. It's basically P-Mode 3. But the game is up and running. So any of you Dragon people who want to play it natively on your Dragon and join in on the Game On Challenge this week, until next Saturday, please do so. It's a free download from Pere Serrat, and join in on the fun without having to look at, try to figure out where the hell the keys got remapped to on you. Next after that, we have Paul Cunningham, and he's the person working on the Bare Naked Fourth thing. I think we talked about it either last week or the week before, so he's doing this fourth port. And now he's been actually putting up some software that's using Fourth or was written in Fourth to kind of demo the language off. And one of the ones he did here is actually a game called Bare Naked Tetris. And of course, the name of this fourth project is Bare Naked Fourth. So it just kind of follows the theme. But actually, it doesn't look too bad. It's a little semi-graphic 4. It's like low-res graphics, but totally written in Fourth. And let me just fast forward a little bit. Yeah, there you go. So it's even got like the next, and it's got a 5 top scores, and it speeds up as it goes here, and you can spin them and drop them faster and all that kind of stuff here. So it's not a bad little version of Tetris done in low-res graphics, but that means that we get the full 9 colors, including black. And the speed's pretty decent. And he's got that for available as download. So another one he published here, this isn't really a game, but I thought I'd group all of his stuff on Fourth together since the game was part of the thing, and also where to download it. And this one's called Kaleidoscope, and there's a screenshot of it here next to her. So it's kind of like the Audio Spectrum Analyzer's Kaleidoscope mode, where basically it'll pick a random colored dot, place it in one part of the screen. The screen's kind of divided into quadrants, and it'll duplicate that dot in the equivalent positions, flipping left to right, flipping up and down, and flipping diagonal. So you get this kind of kaleidoscope effect. And he's got his GitHub here if you want to go download this kind of stuff, plus documentation and everything else here, but it includes his demos and includes the Tetris game, etc. And if you want the show link, or the links, I should say, to that, you can go to the CoCo Discord and once again get it from the show notes. Speaking of arcade games, if you remember from last week, we had Erico actually start working on his basic 10-liner gaming programming contest. And he started working on what was originally looking like it was going to be Arkanoid. Well, he's changed the gameplay a little bit, so it's a little bit different than Arkanoid now. And now it's called Bombanoid. And he's put up some animated GIFs of it actually running for you to see what the gameplay is like. So as far as I can understand, I don't know, he's not done yet as far as I know. And he's still, working on it to make it the best he can for the 10-liner contest. So the original Arkanoid, I mean, basically, this is the layout of the original Arkanoid. You got the colored blocks you got to kill, and this is your paddle with 2 different colors of the paddle, and you're deflecting the ball back and forth. and you blow up bricks when you hit them. So that's like Arcanine. Now Arcanine has a bunch of power-ups for doing a variety of things, like getting lasers and magnetic ball and all that kind of stuff. Well, he decided to take a different path. So what he has now is if you hit the top part here with the ball, all of the bricks shift down and you have to dodge between them. I mean, you're still trying to score as many points as you can, but if you run into a brick when it shifts down, you die. So you actually have to like dodge into holes that you've created by knocking bricks up. So the gameplay is actually quite a bit different. I think it would be a fun take on a bust out style game with some difference.
Right, you can get stuck in a little canyon and have to try to, yeah, Tetris your way out, zigzag and interesting.
Yeah, and he's got English on the ball somewhat depending on where you hit the battle and what angle it hits. I can't remember if he said he had 16 or 32 different possible angles.
Pretty amazing for such low res graphics.
Yeah, and pretty amazing. Like I think right now he's at 14 lines of basic or something like that, but he's getting it down to 10 because he hasn't combined lines yet. So that's pretty impressive to do it in that little amount of RAM.
Well, and it's new gameplay, so it's going to be more interesting than just another Arkanoid or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like once he gets it crunched down, I think I'm trying to remember, has he written this in the regular basic or is he writing it in UG basic, microgames basic? He told us last week and I can't remember. But I mean, he might even be able to get this because the screen only takes 512 bytes and maybe this will even run on a 4K machine.
Nice.
And if you wrote in plain basic, you might be able to convert this to the MC10 as well. So kind of curious where it's going. Screen 60's talking about calling it GIFs instead of GIFs. Yeah. He did that deliberate, you animal. Yeah, I kind of threw that in. I decided to be politically correct for once. But yeah. Erico, actually, the author of this game we're looking at on the screen right now, actually is in there too. He said a total 1.5 days into it. The game is done, needs the level generator and polish. So yeah, 12 angles he's got, but not just a standard, like, couple 4 or whatever that a lot of people did. So my understanding too, and Erico, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're not going to publish a source for this because basically it's going into the contest. So once the contest is done and then winners, et cetera, announced, then the source code will be released as part of the contest because I think it releases all the games from all the platforms that partake. So you'll be able to get it then and it'll be free. Oh, he says it's currently only taking 6.5 lines of basic to do the whole game so far.
Nice.
That's impressive. Speaking of old games ported to the CoCo, another one that showed up on the TRS-80 Color Computer page on Facebook by Alex Gator. He converted the original Hunt the Wumpus. Now, this was actually a text game, originally like Creative Computing published this back in the 70s. And I think this is basically a straight port of that. We can see a little screenshot here, but this is kind of like how the cave is organized. And this is you smell a Wumpus. That means there's a Wumpus in one of the connecting rooms from where you're standing. And if you think you know where it is, you fire an arrow through that particular room. And if you miss, he basically kills you because you only have one arrow. And if you kill him, you obviously win. And there's some other things in there like, bats and stuff that you have to worry about as well. But it's basically, you kind of have to get a feel for the maze and take the clues that it gives you to figure out where to go and where to shoot. It was mentioned here, there's other versions of Hunt the Wumpus for the CoCo. I've seen a few of them. I think Spectral or somebody even published one back in '82 that they sold for a little bit. Saspus or something like that. And Evan Wright did a cartridge version, which is a conversion of the TI 994A1, which actually is a graphical version, but it's basically still the same game. Go ahead, Rick.
I believe this game predates the home computer. I remember this was on teletypes back in the
I remember
days.
It being like on Altairs and stuff, so like mid 70s, like before the home computer.
It was before that. It was on the time sharing system. You could play it on your 33 ASR at school when you were supposed to be doing serious programming work.
Oh, okay.
That's
like
how
on a
old this
PDP-8
game
or something
is.
like that. Yeah.
Cool.
Well, it's cool that somebody took the time to convert the original over, and you can get that. You can download it as well. There's that. The Olympist, who's actually been doing all these speed runs of adventure games and stuff lately, he actually decided to do an arcade one. So how do you do a speed run of a constantly repeating arcade game that has no end? Like in this case, Ghost Gobbler, which is Spectral, its clone of Pac-Man. And he decided he's going to see how long would it take him to get to 10,000 points. And I thought that's a pretty interesting idea because, I mean, if you want to try to get your points racked up, you're going to have to eat the power pellets and try to get all 4 ghosts because then you get 1,600 for the last ghost rather than, just trying to dodge or complete a maze as fast as possible. And Ken, if we ever get to the point where we're running out of games to run on the Game On Challenge in about 10 years' time, is this something you would consider maybe to see who can break the world record of who can score 10,000 points the fastest on a game or something like that? What do you think?
Oh, that's an interesting idea.
Yeah, I kind of thought so too. I'd never really thought of doing that because I'm like an endlessly repeating arcade game. Like I would do speed runs to complete a game if a game had an end. I never thought of just how fast you can get to a certain point value.
Assuming we played Ghost Gobbler. Get to 10,000 points.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is he chose here was he's starting at level, well, he said level 16, I think, in some comment, but he actually played level 0 there. But, I mean, this was another early arcade port. Spectral had this out in mid-82 as well, maybe even early 82. And it plays pretty faithful. The maze is laid out a little bit differently than, say, the arcade one, but it has 4 ghosts, it has the power pellets, it has a bonus fruit, 8 different kinds. The one thing that was a bit unique about this version, there's a little teleport square on the lower left of center, I think. If you hold down the joystick button, it does nothing. In other words, if you hold down the joystick button, it plays like a regular Pac-Man game. But if you leave your joystick button up, you hit that little thing, you suddenly teleport to the top of the maze. So it's going to be used as an emergency, escape hatch if you know it's there. Or it's really confusing if you don't, because you just suddenly appear somewhere else and you go, there's a bug in here.
Actually, interesting enough, I was looking at choosing this game, and I kept hitting that teleport spot, and I thought it was a bug, so I didn't choose
It's broken.
Well, have we played it before? I thought we had.
Not this one, I don't think.
Okay. There's a Dragon port of this one, too, that actually had the graphics changed. Same sound effects, same maze. It was the Spectral game, but it was changed. I even changed the name of it. I'm trying to remember what I think it was. It was kind of a space thing. Of course, space-themed games sell well. That's Rick Adams has pointed out.
Right.
But I'm trying to remember the name of it. Kieran might remember that. But yeah, he goes and he basically in 3 minutes, 37 seconds, he gets 10,000 points. Next up, ZX Frankie, another YouTube channel we have covered before, is doing a high score run of his own, this time without a time limit type thing, playing level 15 of Android Attack on the Dragon 32. And I believe this is actually played on real hardware. And this is, again, one of those games that was an artifact color game on the CoCo that they just straight ported and threw it into P-Mode 3. So you're getting some weird not artifact, but extra colors on the edge because of the way the pixels are set up, doing 2 colors at once versus 1. But against this level score of 1,050. But at level 15, that is a little bit harder to achieve. So I have to give him some credit on that. And this is the 32K talking version. In the United States and Canada, where 16K CoCos were sold. And I think they were sold in Australia as well. As well as if you bought a Tandy CoCo in the UK, which was incredibly high press, so you must have been rich if you did. You had a 16K version that also came on the tape, and that one did not have any speech. Since the Dragon came with the absolute lowest RAM of 32K RAM, you could not get a Dragon with less than that. You got the talking version right off the bat. And of course, it's a Berserk clone with some changes. Instead of Evil Auto, you get these robots. When you shoot them, they turn into little chunks of radioactive material, and they eventually pulsate and form into a ghost that can go through walls. And you can shoot and kill them, but all of them can turn into that, so that's different. And there's also treasures to collect, crowns, and your player has the ability to jump and duck, so you can dodge bullets if you don't think you can get out of the way fast enough. And you have a shield versus a number of men. But it has the Elmer Fudd lisping speech synthesis into which I always find terribly amusing. Next up, another high score run by Attempts, a gaming channel by LRU, whom we've also covered before on the show, is actually doing a Dragon straight one here called Tea Time. And I think we played this one on the challenge, Ken. It's actually quite a fun game, pretty unique in some ways, and has multiple levels that play quite a bit differently from each other, so you actually get some variety as you go between the screens. 60 goes cowwood. Now this one here, I don't remember it being that choppy on the sound. And I know some versions of XRoar were having problems, especially on the Mac, playing nicely with other tasks running so that it would start doing this kind of warbly thing, which I think has been gradually getting fixed as updates to XRoar happen. But I remember playing this game when I first saw it, and it's on my site, I believe. It's actually a lot of fun. The first one here, trying to catch certain things and dodge others, and then you got the this little level here. We got to like collect things, jumping between platforms with these little elevator things going around. But for such a weird concept for a game, it's actually a lot of fun. And Ken, do you know if we played this one? I don't have access to your list handy, but
yes, we
I
did.
think we have. Okay.
Yeah.
And I believe, if I remember correctly, too, somebody patched it for artifact colors on the Coco, so it actually has a black background and artifact colors too. So you can play that version as well if you want to try it. But yeah, I mean, if you want to try to compete with LRU's score and see if you can get better, if you really like the game, maybe you can throw that on the Game On Challenge, because we're allowed to play games other than the 2 that are being featured, and then you can go submit the scores the same place that he does. And the last one here is a Jim Gary extravaganza. So he posted a video that shows multiple game ports to the MC10 that he did. Now he labeled a few of them here in the text, but actually doesn't match the ones in the actual video, so I'm not sure what happened there. But some of them are the same, so he's got a few of them. And they're all ports from a variety of different people, different platforms, etc. So here's the first one. 3 skill levels, and basically it's kind of a very simple Space Invaders type thing. These are all basic, of course. Skip past this first one. Little Vegas thing where you're doing the slot machines.
A true one-armed bandit.
Yeah, exactly.
Indeed. But not a fruit machine.
I'm trying to remember what this one's called. Oh, it doesn't tell you. Galactic Monsters or something. This one I don't know too much of how that works. There's just shifting stuff around the background. Maybe it's an escape style game, something. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, these are all available on the site. Let's show a couple of the others here. There's Cosmic Fortress. Beware of space puppies. My first glance at it, looks a little bit like Star Castle from the arcade. I don't know if that's the basis of it. That kind of is the thing in the center you're trying to destroy, and you have to get through the various wall barriers. And you got other things chasing you on the outside at the same time. So very reminiscent of the arcade classic vector game. And then the last one is called Props by Delton Horn in 1981. I don't know if this is really a Coco game or what. Well, it's one of these simulation style games where you're, trying to get your crops to go, etc., and not have them get killed off, or if you get a plague or something. I know in some of the other games like Erland or Viking, you're manning crops there. You have to buy cats to get rid of the mice that are eating all your grain and stuff, and you have to balance it, because if you buy too many cats, and they start eating stuff too. So it's kind of one of those management simulators, from what I can tell. And
that's what I get in real life.
What I have for the Game On. What's that?
That's what I get in real life.
Right? I'm going to play this game.
And that's what I have for the Game On news this week, which actually is a little bit more than I've had recently. So thanks to everybody doing all the conversions and playing all the games. I will take a little bit of a break, with a commercial break here, and come back with the main news.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Future Vision Research is your source for FujiNet platforms, including the FujiNet for Tandy color computers. The FujiNet cartridge supports CoCo models 1, 2, and 3 and comes with HDB-DOS DriveWire 3. Load files from SD card or connect to Wi-Fi and load files over the internet or your local Windows, Mac, and Linux computers. Applications from the FujiNet team allow you to follow news from all over the world, catch up on Mastodon messages, and even track the International Space Station. For more information and to purchase your own FujiNet devices, visit fvresearch.com.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3 ScartCable.com.
Hi, I'm Terry Steggy from Retro Tech Time and the Tandy Shack, and you're watching the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
From the makers of the Switcheroo. Wallaby Cable, Color Computer 3 Dual RGB Cable. Get yours today at cocoman.biz.
A whole new approach. Faster than ever. A window to a world of possibilities. Clear your expectations. Clear your hesitation. Just hit clear.
Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Hey there, I'm Ken from Canadian Retro Things.
And I'm Amy from Taylor and Amy Show.
Yeah, that was Amy from Taylor and Amy Show. And you're watching the CoCoNation Show.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC10, and all of their hardware cousins. No matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, before I get in the news, just a couple of updates from the chat room here. So first of all, the clone of Ghost Gobbler, not really a clone, a reskinning of Ghost Gobbler that was sold in the UK was called Racer Ball. And it was basically Ghost Gobbler with, the shapes changed. And then also talking about the distorted audio in the background, 60 said, yeah, some feedback suggests that now is fixed, and it's fixed also by turning off the V-Sync, which is sad, but hey. And I think I did try that too, and it seems to really smooth it out too. So if you're having that kind of problem, a lot of stuttering sound, etc., maybe try shutting the V-Sync off, and that may fix it for you. But back on to the news. We've actually got a fair bit and some pretty cool stuff. A few we've already hinted at. And we've been doing the last few months here. We start with the Dragon news. So the Dragon people, once they get bored enough to fall asleep here, at least it'll be at a decent hour because the Dragon stuff will get covered first. So the first one here is Tony Jewell has posted on the Dragon Facebook group about us getting this display ready for the Dragon Meetup. That's at the end of March. And we'll be covering that. We covered the upcoming shows later on in the show. And he's recreating a Roy Coates demo of the Dragon's Claw, which is a camera digitizer project that was actually published in Dragon magazine in December of 1985. Now, as far as I remember, I mean, the CoCo had multiple digitizers. I mean, Nick Marentes did RASSCAN and Digiscan. There's the DS69, DS69B that Ron Delvaux and some others have used. I don't remember any of them being published like in a magazine where you can actually build your own. A lot cheaper than buying one of the ones that back then was like $100 and some odd type thing. So this is kind of neat. I'd never heard of this particular project here. No, it's not quite as sophisticated. The ones like the DS69 and the RASSCAN actually could record multiple levels of gray, and then it tried dither and stuff to be able to do that. This is more of a pure black and white scan, so it's going to be pretty coarse, but still you can make some recognizable things with it. So it's basically does a 256 by 150 resolution with a 1-bit depth. And he's been playing around with some, doing some faces there. And it, it kind of looks kind of creepy because of the 1-bit resolution in this case, but it's recognizable. Here's what the actual hardware looks like. And the camera itself, like a Pentax here that was hooked up to it. And here's a clip from the actual article in the magazine. And like you can see, if it's something I have a really good contrast, like a Heineken label, which is white and dark green, comes out as black and white in this case, and you can actually read the thing just fine. So if you wanted to make a quick little adventure game, for example, with a bunch of photos of different objects or something that you wanted to have play as part of the game, or different rooms, etc., this would have been great, and it would not have been as expensive as buying a full-blown digitizer. So yeah, it was kind of interesting to see that. He's going to be demoing it at the Dragon Meetup at the end of the month of March, which we'll get into the details of when that and where that show is later on our show. Next up, we have Phil Harvey Smith. He posted some photos and update for his Dragon Pico DVI adapter. And I will apologize after that. There's a little bit of swearing in here. So hopefully we're adults enough it won't bother anybody. It's just a screenshot. And he's got some information here on base and where the PIAs and stuff are. Showing some of the hardware itself. And satellite boards, etc., that are on here. And then testing out the colors as they come out. This is probably a similar bit to what Bob was showing us at the beginning of the show there during project updates, actually. I'm trying to remember, is it DVI that basically the video is the same as HDMI? And then
yes.
you use it on some? Okay, so it's the same standard.
I buy cables from Amazon that have a DVI connector on one end, HDMI on the other.
Right, and it's just a dumb cable with nothing in it.
Yeah.
No, and that the DVI video portion doesn't have these stupid licensing agreements where you have to shell out 10 grand to be able to do it. Yeah.
Well, that's the reason that you can skate through on the HDMI, because the DVI doesn't have audio, and it's free. So yeah.
And I like the fact that we're starting to get converter boxes. Like my understanding of the HDMI cost for the audio portion is that you pay a one-time fee as a company for manufacturing stuff, like 10 grand or what the heck it is. But then you can use it as much as you want. So if you're a big company, you can make adapters and cables or whatever.
Who cares? Yeah.
That would be pretty cheap because you're making 1 million of them a year. Versus a hobbyist, a small hobbyist trying to make like 100. That's a lot of damn money to pay to get the right privilege, to include sound. So yeah. Anyway, I think he's planning on showing this at the Dragon Meetup as well. So any of you down there can see DVI output from your Dragon in action. And the last one I have for this week for the Dragon is Julian Brown posted some reworking of Karen Anscombe, 16 in the chat room here. Sam times 8 board to make it a little, as he put it, friendlier for hand assembly. Now this allows the Sam to both access static RAM, which doesn't need wait states for dynamic RAM refresh, and also because of that will allow it to run at full double speed, because one of the problems of running full double speed in a CoCo 1 or 2 or Dragon was that the VDG and the SAM kind of lost their minds and you garbage all over the screen. It would work, and of course dynamic RAM refresh wouldn't fully work properly either, so if you did it for too long it starts scrambling your RAM. Now some people did use it for bursts. They turned it on for like a chunk to do fast processing and then switch it back so you could see the screen type thing. Really clever people tried to do it during the VSync where you have a little burst so you get a double the speed for like 10 or 20% of the time that the machine CPU is running. But with this one here, it's just like running on a CoCo 3. You can run everything at full double speed, RAM and ROM access. So, I don't know, Karen, have you been involved with this at any point here, or is he just kind of doing this for fun on his own? Let's see what he said here. No, 60 has been responding here. He says that I think the claw was an interface to the BBC micro devices. The camera was one of those devices. Okay, so that's an adapter more than a separate thing. And he goes, nice motherboard there. Replaces the SAM completely.
That'll fix it.
Yeah, and a full double speed CoCo 1 or 2 or Dragon running OSINE level 1 would be pretty sweet, I think, because the screen mapping is directly within the 64K workspace. So actually, it is capable of the right driver modification to run the screen faster than a CoCo 3 does. And you've probably all seen how much we've sped those up. So, and you're running your assembler at full double speed would be nice too, or C component. Okay, after that, Brian Blake actually put out a couple blog posts. So the first one here is a bit of a rant, as he calls it, Evil Bay Ridiculousness. And it's about people who get perfectly working CoCos and then start stripping chips and parts out of it to sell them so they can make a little bit more money by selling the stuff individually, but trashing a perfectly functioning CoCo and sometimes screwing it up so now they don't have a perfectly functioning CoCo or a bad motherboard. And, you know, it probably would have been better to just leave the darn thing intact. And I agree with this because I've seen this happen a few times. Now it's up, I mean, legally and morally, I guess the seller can do what they want. It's their machine, right? And the way they want to sell it. But yeah, that kind of bugs me too. And I was going to ask the panel here, what is your view of this kind of eBay where you buy a functioning unit, CoCo 1, 2, or 3, or Dragon, or whatever it happens to be, and then you strip all the chips out of it and sell it all individually?
Get the rope.
Right.
I understand if there's a machine you cannot fix or something that's unavailable, you know. Just
but if
like if you have a damaged motherboard that's you know it's going to take way too much to fix, then that makes perfect sense.
Strip the parts and reuse them, But taking apart a perfectly good working machine, that's just evil profiteering.
Yeah, that's not, that's not good at all.
I would not want to do business with them.
Like that guy that took a Model 2 and sold one board at a time for $1,200 a piece or something.
Right, right.
Like here's a sample auction that's selling just the motherboard for a CoCo 2B with T1 lowercase for $87.50 US. And this is for the motherboard only. From the looks of it, it was T1 lowercase based on some other auctions. He had most definitely violated this CoCo parts to sell and make more money. And he was having trouble selling it because I mean it's a little bit high for a CoCo 1 and 2, which is a lot more common than a CoCo 3, for example. I think there's some other examples there too, and I agree with them. I think that's, I mean, there's nothing illegal about it. I'm not trying to say that. It's more of a retro moral, I guess.
Right. Well, and when you break things up into parts, then it's hard for the buyer to return them as defective because you can always argue that he broke it installing it and yada yada. So yeah, it's a way to get sure money rather than okay, this CoCo works and then it really has to work. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's I would cover it on a little bit shady side. Not like I said, it's up to itself. It's just hardware, right?
It's a little chilly over there.
Yeah.
Brian Weisler says in the comments that Brian Weisler says he messages the eBay sellers all the time, and most of them don't care.
Yeah, because they're just doing it to turn a buck. I mean, they could care less about the history of the machine.
It's a percentage thing, you know. I'll list this 8 times and they'll sell one, and you list it for free. So yeah. Why
Yeah.
do I
I
care
think
about
maybe
you?
we should start a registry of ethically moral
Oh, right.
retro
Actually,
sellers.
Yeah, like if I have a
we could
fully
do that.
working machine I acquired, I'm going to sell the fully working machine, you know. If I get a machine that's damaged, but some
and
of the chips still work,
if this
then you
guy's
go
selling,
ahead.
yeah, and if you had Mark's list, then yeah, this guy's selling parts. Well, they're really parts. It's not a guy that just breaks things up.
Like he shows us an example of
know.
an Atari here, and he's got Atari 400 exact empty heavy metal cartridge frame. Like he split the machine so far apart, he's just selling the frame by itself, just so he can milk it for every single dollar he can.
Right, right.
So I agree basically with everything Brian said here. Like him, like it's you. There's no legal problem or anything like that. Just a kind of a moral problem, I guess.
Right.
Unless you really, really needed that particular part.
Yeah. Yeah. I would prefer, like, there's enough dead Cocos because people have tried doing mods and they actually burned through something. You know,
Right,
maybe they got a lightning strike and certain things died. Like those, yeah, go ahead. I mean, they're not functioning. There's no point.
Where someone does a bad soldering job.
Yeah, I mean, if I tried solder myself, I'd be doing this all the damn time, right?
But what happens more? A lot of time, what happens is there's some minor problem that keeps it from working, but instead the guy just breaks it all up, makes a few bucks off of the parts, throws away what could have been a working machine because, you know, it had
Isn't
a
worth
loose
dealing
solder
with.
joint or something, you know. And instead he got a little money for the gimme and the, you know, threw everything else away. Which is
And then the other update he did late last night. We've talked about a couple of the previous entries in this particular blog series he's got going, which is on the PBJ expansion bus repair, and that's a 6 slot, I think. In fact, was that one of the ones that you showed on your little Frankenstein thing there, Rick, on your page that Brian found? Is that a PBJ or is that something else? You still there, Rick?
Hello? Okay, there I am. I got lots of yeah, that 5-port thing is actually my broken one that I need to fix. It has power supply problems.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
So
the schematic doesn't match the anything.
Yeah, because the one thing I discovered when comparing the schematic to the before pictures I took is that the 47 microfarad cap isn't correct. There should be 2 ceramic caps there as shown in the board layout below.
Yeah, see, one's totally missing.
Yeah. He says, oh, this brings another potential issue. He said, I know PBJ sold this as a complete product and as a bare board, and he's leaning towards this is a bare board build of it.
Somebody
Maybe
missed
that's
it.
why.
Yeah.
I wonder, I'll have to look at mine then. Was it a project or a board? Because it may be a reference, you know? Even though it's broken, if it began as an original board, it might be information.
Yeah. And I kind of forgot about that, but a lot of I mean, even modern people, you know, they were selling CoCo SDCs as
Sell you a bare
projects.
board, yeah.
Yeah. So as he mentions here, I also need to do continuity tests from the IC VCC legs to make sure the 5-volt DC goes back to the 3 vias circled in red. The schematic is incomplete, and I just wanted to make sure. So, yeah. I mean, we were all quite aware, I think, of Disto kind of fudging their schematics just a little bit to make sure people just weren't, you know, blatant copying them.
Yeah, right. It's
PBJ is 6 slots, according to Brian Blake.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. You had a 5 slot on that Frankenstein thing. That was another third-party expansion bus. There's been a few. The Frank Hog Solution was a big metal case. I remember that. That was a 5 slot too, I think, called the Solution.
This was the cheap plastic one. We'd have to go back to earlier in the show and see how many slots were on that thing.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at it in a while. I've got too many projects.
Yeah, Bill, just to go back to his previous post here about the, you know, pilfering for parts. Bill Athing says, I bought a CoCo3 off eBay that was untested, but turned out to not even have a gimme chip. So somebody obviously got that out and sold it separately.
Right.
And Brian himself says, you know, glad to know I'm not in the minority because a lot of us agree with him on that being a morally fuzzy area at the very least.
Right. If it works. Or even if it could work.
Don't break it when it works. Next one. Someone on this CoCo Discord unfortunately, when I recorded this, in my notes here, I forgot to write who did it, what channel I read this on, so I didn't feel like going through all of Discord to find it. Mentioned a couple of methods of booting Nitrous 9 with no floppy or hard drive interface, including the CoCo SDC, and posted a link to downloads that boot DriveWire with one of two methods: a cassette-based loader to load DriveWire's Nitrous 9 bootloader, or a custom ROM to do it from hardware. And I don't know if this is TJBChris's loaders, because he did that a few years ago, where he had to CLOAD-M the Nitrous 9 kernel and then have it execute and load the rest of Nitrous 9 and initialize a RAM drive and everything else like over DriveWire. Though he mentioned in the video that we'll be covering a little bit later in the show today, actually pretty quickly after, that he has not released that code. So I don't know if he maybe gave it to somebody and then they posted it here, or if this is a separate project that kind of did some of the same thing. But these are actually available for download. The WAV file method, which is basically making a custom tape that will load, and then you can have a diskless Nitrous 9 system running on your CoCo, or going through the ROM method. Kind of like, I guess, Drive Wirelessly, I think, had some ROM modifications for it that Sloopy sells, where basically you can just run it off a modified ROM in the CoCo itself, and it just immediately talks to the DriveWire server and then boots Nitrous 9 from there. So it becomes like a diskless workstation type thing, which is pretty cool. And I'm trying to remember, Rick, like back in the early days of Nitrous 9 or even OS 9 in the 80s and 90s, I don't remember anybody making a cassette bootloader for it. Probably because DriveWire or something like that didn't exist, but
no, I do remember that Henry wrote a way to lever OS 9 out of our CoCo IO card, but that project's been dead for a few years. I need to bring that back to life. But there is another way to boot OS 9, and you can do it over a network.
The only thing I can remember that's even faintly like this, Alan DeCock had a static RAM upgrade, I think, or a static RAM card that it would load in. Oh, a static RAM in the actual CoCo, I think, because basically, if you reset, it would actually be able to boot back into Nitrous 9, even if you had a crash, etc. So it would kind of keep a copy.
So
of it.
didn't Boise do something with this CoCoYoda thing to boot OS 9?
Oh yeah, with his Toyota CoCo2 hybrid project.
Yeah,
yeah.
Thing.
But still, it's kind of cool that you can actually boot like an OS 9 level 2 equivalent or Nitrous 9 level 2 equivalent operating system just off cassette, either TJBChris or this one, if they're not the same thing.
Now that's got to be a long. You thought loading a long game was hard. I'm waiting for OS 9 to get past P1 so we can go on it.
Yeah. I mean, the custom ROM I've seen people do, the Eliminator had an auto boot ROM, the Burke had an auto boot ROM, so you just turn the machine on and it just boots up like a PC would. You don't type DOS or anything like that. But
they all hit something else
as well.
Yeah.
You can set up. Yeah. Yeah, that was cool. Somebody actually has the cassette loader version here, because I thought TJBChris was the only one who had done that. And I thought maybe this is his, but like I said, in the video we'll be talking about shortly about hooking up the old Tandy hard drive interface to it. He mentions that project, and he mentioned that he never released it for anybody to download and has no plans to do so. So kind of curious where this one came from. Next up, George Jansen returns. So we mentioned last week he was doing a 4-part series on doing graphics on the CoCo3 in assembly language, and that's this whole CoCo3 assembly language series. And this is the final part 4. Getting into colors and palettes and using modern tools like GIMP, etc. And going through some of the assembly language code itself,
what I'm looking at is
of how you like dump this graphic into the equivalent FCB statements, etc., and some of the code to actually break it across. Now, I think this is more of a teaching part. I don't think he had the demos in this one. I think that was in one of the previous parts that we already covered. But he does go through the code kind of like one at a time and kind of explains how everything works.
For 4 pixels, okay.
You probably have to turn the volume up a bit because I think he recorded a pretty quiet setting, but very informative. Now, I did want to make a public statement on his behalf because he actually emailed me about this. He's looking for suggestions on what other topics to cover in the future, or maybe a previous topic needs a bit more of a deep dive. So those of you who are trying to learn CoCo3 assembly language, if he's gone a little bit too fast for you, or if you think he covers something that he hasn't covered yet, he would love to have some suggestions on it. And also, go ahead.
Does he have a synopsis of what he's covered so far? I've been kind of following along, but not real in depth. So too many other things to do.
I don't think so, unless you just go onto his YouTube channel.
So probably should make some bullet points on what he's covered and then post that so people can say, add to this or suggest new things.
Yeah. He also, I mean, even if you don't give him feedback on like future lessons and stuff here, he would like to know, like, are people actually watching it and stuff? So if you have watched his videos, even if you haven't started trying to implement stuff yourself yet, you're just kind of learning through him. Please, give him a like on the video or even give him a comment because he's got his own channel on the Coco Discord as well. In fact, if you don't want to type these all in, you can actually download the disk images which have all the source code and the compiled executables already ready to go. But just give him some feedback if you can. And then if you have any suggestions of other things that you might be able to cover, then please suggest that as well. This is probably the big main event of the news today, and that's TJBChris. We just mentioned him because he did that wacky idea of booting Nitrous 9 off of a cassette. But in this case here, and is Brian Weasler still on the call? I think he had to leave earlier, but Brian Weasler lent him, I can't remember the actual hard drive. I think it was actually just the Tandy hard drive adapter. They called it an interface in the catalog. It's not really. It just adapts the controller from those big honking drives you can see in the lower right corner here.
A host adapter, if you will.
It's just a port.
It's a bus port. Yeah.
What I liked on this one there is he decided to set up like the ultimate CoCo system that you would have had in '87 if you bought Tandy stuff.
Yeah.
And for those of you that are around back then and actually looked at this, the hard drive adapter was $129, I think, or something like that. It wasn't hugely expensive. It was not cheap for what it was, but these primary drives that Tandy sold were thousands of dollars.
Everything else in the picture, that drive costs more than
everything else combined, the multi-pack and the monitor. Notice his CMate has a door. He's one of those rare people.
Yeah, even the door. Yeah.
And then he converted it
hard drive. Isn't that Tandy hard drive?
When it was launched, it was like $5,000. I think at the time of '87, when he's doing this, it was down to $3,000 or $2,200 or something.
Right.
Yeah,
and that's a 35 meg.
Yeah, they use that on all of their Z80 business machines from the
Model like the Model 2 to 16.
In fact, I'm going to add that the source of my CoCo hard drive stuff was a doctor. He bought the hard drive storage and then bought the CoCo as the cheapest way to access that storage. it was kind of backwards of what you would think.
Yeah.
But he needed the storage, and then, what's the cheapest way to get that online? Yeah.
Yeah. And as he mentions in the video here, you can tell if you have a primary drive or a secondary drive because the primary will have the key. Which will
the key, man.
Turn on. Now, there was multiple versions of these drives here. I think the very first ones had even a 5 meg or something, but there was like 15, a 30, and a 35, and a 70 or something like that. Maybe a 12 in there as well.
The 8 meg drives were totally different and were not compatible with this.
Yes, they had nothing to do with this.
Well, he had problems. Like he was trying to get this going for quite a while here, and he couldn't get it to talk properly. And it turns out one of his multi-packs had a problem, or his CoCo's had a problem. But the other thing is that it's pretty fussy on which controllers they use. And I think it's the WD 1010. And there was a couple different versions here that use a slightly different derivative, and those do not work. So the driver that you have to use from the OS9. By the way, you could run this hard drive on OS9 level 2. Those hard drive descriptors in the driver were included with OS9 level 2. But if you got actually, no, they weren't level 2. They came with the developers pack for level 2.
Yeah.
So you had to spend an extra $100. But OS9 level 1 version 2, which was CoCo3 compatible, but just 64K OS9, did come with these and did come with drivers. And you could actually run this on a CoCo 1 or 2 as well. Oh, and nice. I do remember Steve Bjork saying he actually had one of these before he switched to a Burke and Burke, I think, later. And he had, I can't remember if he had 235s or if he had a 70 meg.
Yeah, the secondary drive was just a bare drive and a power supply.
Yeah, it was like the MFM after that. So you had the data cable and the control cable, and you just
the brains of it was in the primary. But you could connect four drives to it.
I got him.
$95. I haven't listed all the prices, but you see them down there.
So here he's like stacking up the price here, building the ultimate CoCo system in 1987. So you got 120K CoCo3 for $200, 512K RAM upgrade for $150, CMate monitor for $220, monitor platform because you got to go Radio Shack for your stands, right? It's another $30. CCRU1 cassette recorder because, as he mentioned, you might have to boot Nitrous 9 for cassette at some point, so that's another $60. A multi-pack for $100. FD502, a dual drive system, so that's $300 for the primary with a controller, and then the $180 for the secondary. These are 40-track double-sided drives, so they're actually pretty good. There's $360K. If you use that special formatting utility where you can do 20 sectors per track instead of 18, you actually get 400K per disk of usable storage. The hard drive controller, really adapter, 130, 35 meg primary drive, $3,000 US.
$29.95. That's not bad at all.
Deluxe R32 pack, and he actually hooks it up to something he'll be adding at the bottom here, a DT100 terminal. And he actually demonstrates them both running at once, which is cool. Speech sound pack, just because since he has a multi-pack, you might as well fill every slot, get some other stuff to have fun with. Deluxe joystick and a color mouse for $30 and $50. A 10-pack of double-sided discs, so you can make your boot disk with your custom hard drive descriptors and driver in it.
All right. And
next up, I'm going to need a place into which I can store all those diskettes. I don't want to just leave them strewn about. They could get damaged or something. So we're going to get ourselves a diskette storage box for $14.95. Next up, of course, the hard drive doesn't work without OS 9 Level 2, and you can't run OS 9 Level 2 without OS 9 Level 2. So we're going to buy that. $69.95. But there's a rub, friends. You'd think that'd be all we need because OS 9, it's got drivers, supports hardware, everything like that. There's something crucially missing from OS 9. Yeah, Level 2 does not include the hard disk driver. Level 2 does not include the hard disk driver descriptors to use a hard disk. If you want to use a hard disk with OS 9 Level 2 from Tandy, you have to spend an additional $99.95 and buy the OS 9 Level 2 development system. Now, not only does that include the hard disk software, it also includes some of the multi-user software like Login, Tazman, the password file, some other cool stuff. So if you want to really turn your hard disk CoCo into a multi-user system, you still want the OS 9 development kit anyway, but you need it if you want to be able to use the hard drive with your CoCo, at least as it is from Tandy. So there we go. All of those items, priced in $1987, October 1987, come to a grand total of, and I can see my sales maker over there drooling and salivating, $4,802.15. Tell me that's not going to make a DM or an RM's month. Okay, and finally, adjusted for inflation. So back when I ran these numbers, the latest date available is December 2025. Adjusted for inflation, if I bought this CoCo system with today's dollars, it would cost me, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, $13,496.58. Cha-ching. Well then, that's the CoCo system we need. So I'm going to go pester my salesman.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
The amount we paid back in the day.
My paycheck.
So then he goes through, he creates boot disks, he creates reformats the hard drive, low level and high level, I will mention.
Nice.
Gets it all up and running, and then he hooks up the DT100 terminal. I did want to show that because that's kind of cool and something that was done back then. The Spectral Associates, rather, Brian Weasler talked about earlier, that's how they ran. We actually found the batch files to run stuff off the terminal to do assembly on an 80 column terminal.
I used to have a DT1.
Everybody.
I don't remember what happened to it.
Was that a VT52 or a VT100? Or was that just a plain Jane terminal?
That was an actual Weiss VT100 rebranded.
Oh, okay.
After a little reset, the way that you turn your bougie OG hard drive CoCo3 setup with development system into an even better system is you add a terminal. This is the Tandy DT100, rebranded Wise WI55. It is an awesome terminal. Okay. And what you do is you add this to the serial port, and you can either have people log into it, or as I'm going to do, you just start a shell on it and run multiple things at the same time. Now, you can do this on your CoCo using OS 9's Windows if you've got OS 9 Level 2 on the CoCo3. But even on a CoCo 1 or 2, you can drop a terminal onto the Deluxe
and this is what Spectral did.
And it will work. Now, you can use the bitbanger. It will be slow, and performance on your CoCo won't be great because it's bitbanging all those serial port bits. And again, I could do the multi-user thing. I did a video on OS 9 Level 2 multi-user quite a few years ago, Badink card, using my Apple II as a terminal. This time we're going to use the DT100, and I'm not going to go into the details of it. If you want to see more about that, go watch that old video. And just think it's even rougher around the edges than this one is, friends, because that was a long time ago. Anyway, let's do this. So, the Deluxe RS-232 pack, as you remember when I did the config and created the boot disk for the hard drive, the module for that should already be in the OS 9 boot file. In fact, we can take a look. And there it is, T2, an ACIA pack. That's the driver for the Deluxe RS-232 pack. So, the default baud rate, I believe, should already be 9600, which is what this is set to. So I should be able to say shell I equals /T2 ampersand. And there we go. I have a shell. And I can do things on the shell. Let's flip over to the DT100. And now you can't see the CoCo screen at the moment, but now I have all the commands here I want. MDIR.
Nice and fast.
I can run basic 09. Oops, I can also screw up typing it, so OS 9 is either going to run that or throw an error. Error 215, yeah, because I thought I wanted to run that. But here I'm in basic 09. Let's exit. Or buy, is it buy? Yeah, okay.
So you're running at 19200?
96.
Now I'll get the
96.
copyright.
Oh,
Now this terminal doesn't use the same sequence to clear, so OS 9, like out of the box, does not have like a term cap like you might be used to on the Nixes and things. But that's the thing that kind of got glommed on, and later OS 9 for 68000s did have a term cap type interface. So anyway, basic 09 RS version, copyright 1980. Again, right there. We've got all the good stuff, everything we could ever want on a separate terminal. And again, I can go back to my CoCo, as I'm going to do right now. Tmode -pause. Same here. And now I can list sys err msg and list sys help msg. If I enter at the same time, there we go. That's multitasking, friends. Multitasking. Do that on your Commodore 64. I'm not really trying to talk
Right.
I think the CoCo gets the short shrift sometimes, and this is the kind of thing that people would look at it and go, "Yeah, it doesn't have a sound. It doesn't have a SID chip. It doesn't make cool sounds."
Right.
But at the same time, I think things like this, OS 9 Level 2 is much more, I think, a better example of it, just because with the extra memory on the CoCo3 and the MMU, you have more flexibility with it than you might with, say, a CoCo 1 or 2, but you still can do this on a CoCo 1 or 2, and it's very useful. And if you're a developer of one, but you want multiple screens, this is fabulous. Set up your DT100, use your main CoCo, and you are good to go, right? Right. Well.
Anyway, I won't play the rest of it. It's almost an hour and a half of going through this setup and, setting up all the driver descriptors and getting the hard drive formatted and running, and then hooking up the terminals, etc. And he does do a little bit of a hint that as he's drinking wine at the beginning, as you'll see at the beginning of the video, he suddenly has come up with an idea for a possible new ad for the CoCoNation show, which he does send a shout out to. So thank you for that.
We're in trouble.
But I'm really curious what he's going to do, because the last time he did a spoof on, what was that Australian painter's name?
The guy with the hair.
Yeah,
Bob.
Bob
Happy Little
something.
Paintings. Yeah,
if Nick was
Bob
here,
Ross.
he'd tell us.
Ross.
Yeah, Bob Ross.
Or
Yeah.
SS.
So that one was
He's American.
hilarious. So I'm really looking forward to see what his next one is. Was he American or was he Australian? Shooting Australian.
Yeah,
He's American.
He's American.
He's American? Okay.
Yeah,
It's
What am I thinking of?
it says that he picked up his like for painting when he was in the U.S. Air Force and stationed in Alaska.
Oh, okay. I'm mixing him up with somebody else then. But yeah, he did a really good spoof ad of that, on CoCo, and it was like with a painter's palette and stuff for, cartridges and things. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what his brainstorm idea he got while drinking glasses of wine during the intro.
And just to point out how omnipresent those WISE terminals, CoCo terminals are, here's one. They look really
Let me
cool from
stop
the
sharing
side.
because nobody else can see it besides us in the panel here. So,
Oh, okay.
Mark, if you can highlight Rick.
Getting him over there. Spotlight.
So-
there we go.
I'm going to say, those WISE terminals, they're everywhere.
Yeah,
Here's
that's a
one.
different one than Tandy had.
No, this is probably a Weiss one.
This is the Tandy one. The thing
Oh.
is,
Well, like the one on Chris's video, the control board is underneath in the stand, the bottom of the stand.
so you got this thing,
Right.
and then you got this
The
keyboard.
keyboard to plug in the side, yeah.
And his problem is, I need that key, and I know where he lives. So, oh shoot, I shouldn't have done that on the air.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. Anyway, I just wanted to say everyone had one of those keyboards, and the thing is, Tandy, it wasn't what Tandy made; it's what Tandy bought. You could go to Radio Shack, and whatever they had was a good example of whatever you were looking for. So they had a terminal. This is the one they sold. It was a good terminal. You didn't need to know what it was. You knew Radio Shack was selling it. It was a good terminal. So anyway,
Yeah.
that was the whole point of this.
And he was mentioning TermCap. TermCap was a library to allow you to run on a variety of terminals
We
that
had,
had totally
but we
different
had
specs.
that.
But not
OS9
from
has that.
Tandy. What he was pointing at, it came out later.
Oh,
Party,
term
that is absolutely
cap.
true.
Well, we had term sets, so you could set all your windows to be different term sets.
Well, for Scred.
Could...
I mean, it was only for Scred. That was the only thing Tandy
No.
wrote that used it, if I remember.
No, I logged in with term set. You could set all the different, but it was a bug, so you had to set W, W1, W2, W3, W. But I could set a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, you could set for a terminal, but it only worked with Scred. Like it wouldn't work with, you know, say a disk editor program or a word process, or whatever is a word processor, but a spreadsheet or something.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And then TermCap was kind of the generic library, and that was done by third party. I think it was like Mike Guzzi and a few others brought that out, and then a lot of people started using that. And you'd write entire programs like Star Trek games and stuff that used this. You could run them on terminals too. I used to do that work too. But yeah, it was third party. They didn't include that, but they did have term set. You're right. And that was on the developer's kit as well. So that extra $100 you had to spend to get the hard drive drivers got your term set to hook up the terminal.
Well, because I remember like Dinosaur on the local console and Dinosaur over the terminal were completely different. So you had to have your term
yeah,
set
because you had the
all-
nice 80 column and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
And Dynacalc too. And yeah.
You had to get all that right. So I remember doing it. I know it can be done, just not, I guess, as nicely.
Yeah, it didn't come stock with level 2 OS9 and it, on the CoCo anyway, and it didn't come the TermCap version that was used across a bunch of different programs that were ported over. It was a fairly specific to microware type thing. But yeah, the watching the multitasking here, this is stock OS9 level 2. This is not Nitrous 9, enhanced speed, 609, none of that.
No,
this is just straight.
What you get.
And, yeah. And when you have an RS-232 pack, which can send a whole byte at a time, you don't have to bit bang, it's interrupt driven. Like it actually runs pretty damn quick, as you saw there. Like he was listing a couple of huge text files, both in the CoCo32 column screen, which is a bit faster, especially on, you know, stock OS9 level 2 from Tandy. A lot faster than the windowing environment because you have to swap MMU every time you print a character. And then with the terminal program running at 9600 baud, and that's the type of stuff we ran at work. We ran our terminals at 4800 because we had 8 of them. So having 8 at 9600 baud did bog the CoCo down pretty bad, but 48 wasn't too bad. I mean, you could do some real multitasking type thing. And I can't think of any other 8-bit machine that really did that. So that is a claim to fame for the CoCo for sure.
Well, unless you wanted to buy a GIMEX or something.
Yeah, I guess I should say home 8-bit home computer. Yeah, you
Yeah,
get the
something
heavy
that
iron.
costs less than 10 grand. Yeah.
You know, something that costs twice as much as the Tandy hard drive, you know, type thing. So without a hard drive, then you have to spend the extra for that.
And then the hard drive.
Yeah, I really like the video. It's been a while since he's done a deep dive on CoCo related stuff. He's been doing so much other Tandy stuff for the last while, but it was nice to see him return to the CoCo for a bit. And he also gives references and links to get back to his loading OS9 from cassette and some of the other projects he's done on the CoCo as well in the past. So, and actually, one thing he did mention, creating that OS9 booting from cassette, he said is the favorite project he's ever done on his channel for all the machines. So there's another plug for the CoCo as well. Next up after that, I don't normally talk about stuff for sale because, I mean, that's a moving target place. But this is such a huge collection that Mason Wonderless has posted here on March 12th on Facebook in the CoCo group. And he said, my dad is currently throwing the option for a lot, 3,000 or best offer, basically. But his dad has collected CoCo stuff for quite a while. And I think they're located in Wisconsin, if I remember. Yeah, Wisconsin. So I think of them in the north end by Green Bay, Rick. And you probably don't have 3 grand kicking around, I'm guessing. But you can see here, like this has got a ton of stuff in it.
Yeah.
You've got CM8 monitors, you've got multi-packs, you've got the 4-color CGP 115, you got disk drives, craft joysticks, 2-button deluxe mouse, you've got a CoCo3 and another CM8.
MC10.
More joysticks and an MC10 and the manuals and all the programming else for the CoCo3 and a bunch of the documentation for game cartridges and, you know, actual discs of stuff here too, and the full manuals for all this stuff and a bunch of magazines and multiple copies of various things like Shanghai and Rogue, etc. Like there's just a ton of stuff in here. And
I had that cassette player back in the day.
Yeah. Agristar level 1, like some of the stuff was Tier C Model 1 and 3. But then you got Color Compact, which
Start.
was Tandy's little terminal program with a CoCo 1 and 2. Got Computer Learning Lab, which is a cassette-based way to learn BASIC. Video text terminal and programs. Color Disc Ed Tazman, written by Robert Kilgus. Second copy of the More Learning Lab. And you can see some of the insides of these here with all the documentation as well. Zoom up into some of the other hardware peripherals he's got
Oh,
there.
the home MC, like,
Plug and power controller too.
Yep.
There's some of the TRS-80 Model 1 and 3 stuff. And the MC10.
Wow.
Books and manuals,
See
and
that-
the OSN level 2, multi-view, all kinds of stuff there.
see the cassette player recorder? That's the Microset 9, I think.
Could be.
Just out of frame in the bottom right.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
That's a
I
realistic.
had one of those back in the day. Yeah, it is. I had one of those back in the day. My uncle worked for Radio Shack and he had bought that. I used it with my ZX81 for a long time. And actually tried it with my Apple II at one point. The best thing about that unit is it has a tone knob, which makes a big difference. Just adjust that tone knob.
Yeah. That
Tone
does.
knob makes all the difference.
A whole bunch of software there.
What's going to you say?
Some original stuff here. Like he's got some stuff for other platforms here too. Like he's got some electric company stuff, Arkanoid, which has never sold this for the CoCo. Bear's Revenge. I don't know what those are. Now, this is what I wanted to ask you guys about the work at Radio Shack 26 to 1122, which is labeled 64K and 128K. Is that the 4464s? And it's just that there's 4 of them that you could use for 2 CoCo 2B upgrades or a CoCo 3 upgrade, or instead base RAM, I should say.
What's that now?
What's a part number? 26.
What is the 261122?
Right over here if you're watching.
Come on, Mark. You should know your part numbers. What is that?
You know, I need to see that white sticker. But give me a minute. I can probably find out.
He'll know exactly what it is.
26-1122.
It's got the newer
Yeah,
mouse.
the only thing I can think of is 4464 chips, and basically 4 would make 2 64K upgrades for a CoCo 2, the later ones with a 2 chip upgrade, or it could be the base 128K for a CoCo 3 because they use the same chips.
Oh, okay, that would make sense.
That's my guess, but I wanted to verify that was somebody actually knows what they're talking about, i.e., not me.
Oh, that was the 64K RAM kit for the Model 4.
Oh, okay, because he does have
So
a
that-
mix of Model 1, 3, 4 stuff in here too, so okay, that makes sense too.
So that would have took they either brought a machine up to 64, which I think they were, but then they would add the other 64 to make it a 128.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, AI.
Here you see some of the Model 1 and 3 stuff, some of the CoCo stuff, and he's got a whole bunch of like originally boxed games like Chronos Rip Rescue.
Oh, I feel sorry for him. Castle Thorogood. Or Thorogood.
Well, hopefully
Thoroughly
you never
bad, I
played
think
it.
is what it means. He's got multiple copies like Microscope Mission, King's Quest 3, Shanghai. I don't know if any are autographed by Rick.
Right?
Anyway, that's a
Yeah.
pretty
Just
huge
like-
lot. So, I mean, he prefers
Yeah.
to sell it all at once. And it's on behalf of his dad, like I said. So it's his dad's getting rid of a bunch of stuff. So
Brian.
Group
yeah, I was
Brian.
actually hoping he was still going to be on the show because I was going to see if he has already delved
Brian's
into
in the
this.
comments.
I wish I
Brian's in the
still had
comments.
money.
I said a memory upgrade for a V8 machine.
Z8. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it meant Z80.
Autocorrect. Yeah.
Probably doing it by voice. Anyway, yeah, I don't normally cover these, but this is a huge collection. And there's some duplicates. If anybody did get it, they could sell some of the other pieces off individually to make a little bit of the money back. And there's some stuff that's fairly rare, like a CMA with a door. And there's even
Yeah,
some
it's
Model 1,
photoshopped.
3, and MC10 stuff too. So quite a bit of stuff in there. Next after that, as we talked last week, Cedric Beaudoin, and apologies if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. He's been doing that ESP-32 based CoCo hardware sort of thing, sort of like a Mister was. And he's got CoCo3 support working. It's not perfect. He's actually got a little chart up that shows like some of the programs that fully work and which ones don't. There are a few that don't. And I know EOU and OS9 was something that he wasn't quite working yet, but I think he's figured out the problem. It has to do with his disk controller emulation. I think they figured out because of the way sides are done with the side select line, which Tandy uses a fourth drive line. And there's some confusion. They had some mistaken documentation of that stuff, and I think he kind of knows how to fix it now. Maybe they actually fixed it already. But anyway, he's taking orders for it. And one of the things he did here is he actually created his own Facebook group now. If you want to, talk to him about it, I think he's already taken like 50 orders for these things already, if not higher. So it's actually taken off pretty good. And here's the actual brand new ESP-32 CoCo Facebook group that he's got. So he's got some recent media. He's got his final design on the case because we kind of covered he had a couple case designs he was looking at. So he's picked his final one, which he got pictures of. He's also got the compatibility list. He's in Canada. I didn't know that before. So he's going through here. Like these games are all working 100%, and even some regular apps like CoCoMax 3, etc. And he's got a few that aren't quite working. Like the Xenix demo works, but the full Xenix game is not. Warrior King isn't working. Rampage is not working. So it could be, emulation details. What are you laughing at there, Mark?
Yeah, those are like some of the most difficult.
Those are the best games.
Right?
Yeah, they're also the most complex. No wonder they don't work.
I do like Brian's comment, though, in the chat. He says, unfortunately, I have everything that's in the collection already.
Hey, folks, at least Brian's not interested. You have a chance.
Right?
Anyway, here's the finalized case design. So you got the SD card slot built in. You got the little power switch on the side. You've got joystick left, joystick right, and the keyboard, which are all USB based. So you just plug in any modern stuff that you want. And nice and compact. It looks pretty nice. Got some color here with the 3D print.
We did make a Discord channel also. Under hardware.
That's right. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Is somebody going to sell those at CoCoFEST?
That was a question that somebody asked here. Let's see what he said. So he's probably receiving the first batch next 3 weeks. Since I'm in Canada, it would be helpful as now if someone in the US were interested in buying some units to resell them. But in the future, it'd be great if someone were interested in stocking them to resell. And he said, no, he won't have any ready for the fest because he just released it 3 days ago. And he's waiting for his first batch to come in. So but yeah, he's actually been answering questions and showing different adapters and stuff if you want to get HDMI output or VGA output, etc.
Do we have a price yet for it?
Did he in his channel there, Mark? You remember? I think he might.
I don't recall. I haven't looked at it really closely so far. I haven't finished populating it out yet, but
let's see if I can see anything scrolling through his dedicated Facebook page too.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, here he is.
Cool
the price is $65 USD plus shipping and $10 more for the 3D printing case, which you can print yourself if you have your own 3D printer. So that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the last I saw from him, he hadn't quite got OS 9 level 2 working. Well, once he gets that working with it, yeah, that would be a pretty nice machine.
Good to go.
Kind of replace the Mister, the Matchbox CoCo and stuff, because I don't think Rodder has had any time to do much with that lately. So this seems to be something that's a bit more actively getting worked on. And then he released his first actual release. We've shown some video clips that he's done before doing testing when he first got the CoCo3 stuff at least partly working. This is the first official release, so kind of showing a multitude of things going on here. He's got some cameras here showing the actual main board itself, plus the keyboard and the joystick or the aim controller that he's using with it, and then the screen output that he's getting. And he does a mix of some CoCo 1 and 2 stuff as well as CoCo 3, so he's doing Sailor Man. But I did notice the artifacting he's got here seems to be the pure, quote-unquote, like the old versions of VCC with just black, blue, orange, white, without all the subtle colors. Because you can see like some of the aliasing there and the WA, and once he gets to the main screen here, you'll be able to see that as well. Like you see the little blue and red vertical stripes on Popeye on the actual hardware that comes up more subtle as just plain, gray or black type thing. So it's missing the subtle colors like you'd see on Pegasus and the Phantom Riders that we showed earlier in the show. But you heard the sound there. I mean, the multi-voice sound coming out sounds pretty well dead on. And then he demonstrates a bunch of others. Here's Amazing World of Malcolm Mortar, one of the cracked versions of it, but that was a Tandy cartridge by Greg Zumwalt, Mark Easter. And then Rad Warriors, another one he showed here. So the CoCo3 emulation is working pretty good. There are some programs that aren't, as we mentioned, showed in that list, but it looks pretty solid for, as fast as he's gotten this done, and it runs CoCo 1, 2, or 3. So I'm assuming he'll be continually doing updates for it, although for the next while, I'm sure he's just going to be busy making the things because he sold, 50 of them already at this point in the span of a few days. But are any of you on the panel or planning on getting this? Because I'd love to have one of you guys come on and actually do kind of a demo, talk about it, kind of show some of the stuff we can do. I know he's got an on-screen debugger you can overlay on the actual graphics, which looks pretty cool from the video we did last week. But is anybody here interested in getting one of these?
Yeah, I'm very interested in one.
Yep, I expressed interest.
Yeah, at that price, that's a good price.
Yeah, 65 for the raw board, and then another 10 for the case, $75. You got a CoCo 1, 2, and 3 in hardware, basically. I won't play everything he's demoing here because it's like a 50-long video, but yeah, it's working pretty good. Next up, Simon Jonasson, who's been working on this for a few weeks now, which is basically to take one of the SID chip hardware cards that Sheldon McDonald and Brendan Donaghy kind of co-designed together. In fact, they allow the option of running two of these cards for dual SID for stereo. And of course, SID is the sound chip at the C64 we were spoofing on a little bit earlier there with TJBChris. Complaining that Coco doesn't have anything to play sound. Yeah, well, we're multitasking, so whatever. But basically, he's been working on this GOAT tracker, which is a straight port. 6502 is semi-language straight port from the C64 to the CoCo3 6809 to drive these chips. And he got some help here from Glenn Hewlett. Of course, Glenn is famous for doing the Pac-Man transcode and then all the Williams games like Defender and Joust and Robotron. Ironing out the final bug because he's done some conversions between 6502 and 6809. And he's got it basically working now, so you can actually hear it. And I don't know how
Something you might not know is that before Simon Jonasson got into the CoCo, he was a Commodore 64 guy.
Yeah. And he was a Dragon guy before that, too, wasn't he? He was briefly in the Dragon?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. But yeah, he's definitely a Commodore 64 path, so I can see why this is his dream come true.
Is that loud enough to hear okay?
Yeah.
I'll fast forward a little bit here. That sounds more Commodore 64.
Yep.
With percussion and everything else. Yeah, I'll play the whole thing here, but this music track was actually built to match the one I think that the 8-bit guy used in his Quarks game from C64. So if Paul Shoemaker decided to re-release a new version of this with support for the SID chip, and you can buy this from Brendan and Sheldon, I think Brendan's manufacturing, Sheldon did the design, then you can actually get a game that supports the SID chip on the CoCo right off the bat if this does get worked into the Quarks release. So that'd be kind of cool too, to actually have the first game already available for it, and that would be the soundtrack you're hearing while you're playing the game. So cool on that. I'm kind of curious what he'd be able to do with the stereo dual SIDs too. That'd be kind of cool having 3 voices and percussion noises and stuff like that coming in 2 different speakers with complete different sets. You're playing like 2 percussion plus 6 voice. Next up, TRS-80 Retroprogramming. He's been changing his Ulysses game to be CoCo3 only, I think mainly because he wanted the double speed to run it up. I did send him the stack blast code for P-copy, and it didn't seem, from what he said, to speed up as much as I would have hoped. So I'm thinking the draw command he's using to draw the shapes is probably slowing it down more than the P-copy was. I would have assumed the P-copy would have taken most of the time because I did double the speed of that. He said it's a little bit faster, but not a ton. But anyway, what he's talking about in this video here is completely different. And I know I've hit this when I was programming on the CoCo3 in Microsoft Basic, Microsoft/Microsoft Micro Basic. is that you can't normally shut the cursor off if you're on a 40 or 80 column screen. So he's done this nice little centered thing, and he's got this stupid cursor hanging around here. And one person has suggested you could just L poke on the screen wherever your cursor is supposed to be so you can tell it to blank it out, which is a bit of a pain. Somebody else posted a comment that told them how to do a series of pokes, which I think disables the cursor in BASIC itself, because of course the CoCo3, because of the way they had to patch everything, copies all the ROMs to RAM and then patches the living crap out of it because they had to use the original Microsoft code. But basically everything's in RAM. You can modify BASIC to your heart's content. So whatever routine's doing it, if somebody had figured out the pokes to basically disable the cursor, she wouldn't see it, but he doesn't know how to turn it back on. So when he's editing and say editing a line with edit, you can't tell where the hell in the line you are if all the text is displayed. You can't see the cursor. So he's wondering if anybody out there knows the pokes to reverse it back. And I didn't get a chance to look. I'm sure if you went into Unraveled or something, you could probably just pluck them out depending on where he's poking right now. But if anybody wants to make a little write-up on that, that'd be kind of cool to throw in the Facebook group for anybody who wants to do stuff on the 40 or 80 column screens and doesn't want this, cursor hanging around all the time. Because print on a CoCo 1 or 2 doesn't leave a cursor up at the screen. If you're editing or listing or something, you'll see it, but when you're printing stuff, it doesn't. And the CoCo3, whatever reason Microwave did that, probably because it rushed, they didn't fix that. So I won't play the actual text because he's basically just repeating what I said and it shows you an example of it. But if you have the solution, please post it into the Facebook group or onto his YouTube comments on his channel. Next up, we have a Spanish YouTube channel called, I can't pronounce this, Teclas y Voltios, which Google Translate showed to mean of keys and volts. I'm not sure if that's a perfect translation or not, but that's what it told me. It's a video on how to emulate a cassette player for the Dragon 32 specifically using a Linux laptop. And he goes through the Linux side of things, and he's got his, Dragon stuff kind of showing you things here. You can turn on auto translate with closed captioning.
A los que les gusta trastear y aprender una nueva forma
so
de
that you can actually go through and kind of follow along. So they're setting up the stuff that's going to actually go through the Sound Blaster card to actually play the audio file over to the Dragon. And then he shows, an example of actually loading a game from your Linux-based machine onto the Dragon, a cassette-based game. So you can actually use the WAV files, etc. And it's a pretty deep dive. It's almost a quarter of an hour video. So if you want to do that, like I said, the translation seems to be pretty good from what I saw. If you turn the closed captioning and auto translate on YouTube. And the final one I have, which was late last night, there might have been some new stuff today, but I was out all morning, so I didn't get a chance to check. Some guy named Ken, who I think is on our panel, released part 5 of his electronic book game, and I'm gonna mute the sound because we got the real guy here. We don't need this AI generated slop. I'm just kidding. But I know you want to talk about something AI generated, so I will start playing this, and you can explain what that's about and also what this video is about.
Okay, well, first off, this video is the reason that I have got a whole new hatred for AI, because this video should have been released way before it got released, but it got stuck in YouTube limbo because AI flagged it as inappropriate.
And how? What was the criteria?
The only thing I can think is because
was your shirt too loud? Maybe.
Yeah. What did your shirt do?
I think
it was the Commodore stuff.
Probably because it has fight in the title. And I've gotten flagged on stuff like that before. After about a 5-minute check, it releases it. Well, this stayed in limbo for, I don't know how many, almost a full day. And it never got released. So finally I took the monetization off of it. And then it allowed me to release it. But
did you try to do an appeal? Because you're supposed to be able to appeal to a human.
Well, no, it's not like a strike or anything. It's just that it wouldn't let me release it. It was stuck in a limbo of being checked because they had to check it. I don't know. The AI was going over it to make sure that it met all the guidelines and it wasn't a violent video.
Jeez.
Was AI just falling asleep?
I think so.
Through it?
Well, a character string attacking another character string on the screen. That's pretty violent. Come on.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably blacklist you on YouTube here. I'm gonna play that little bit of fights this year.
Oh, you probably just demonetized us for the whole show, so thanks for the 17 cents gone.
Oh, here you go. Oh no, we're gonna get into we're gonna get into that ultra-violent fight.
I'm offended.
You should be, especially since the actual rat was hidden, so you didn't even get to see it.
But that punching motion that you've got as you're going across.
Yeah, that motion.
Oh, you just mentioned a rat died, so no monetization. Your video's suspended forever.
You're a murderer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's horrible. Anyways, so in this video, what I did is I actually expanded the game so that you can go from one room to another, multiple rooms. Right. And the very
you did that earlier in the video. Actually that because it's kind of.
There's also the extremely very simple little bit of an encounter for a fight. It's going to be a lot more complicated.
And you're at the point now you're actually starting to use multiple pages of the electronic book too, right?
Yeah. So when you get into a fight, you would be using. Technically, there should be an overlay that has all what each key does, and then you have to turn the page and for a fight, and all the keys.
Turn to page 3 for your fight sequence.
You're gonna have to mark the video as rated R.
Oh, have you been stealing some animation from Erico?
I don't know. I'm just using character strings.
Yeah, most of the games like that, Ken, back in the day, just did like a moving block, and you actually have like an animated feet walk. That's pretty impressive.
Actually, I was pretty impressed on how quickly I'm able to do that. Especially how quickly it's reading the electronic book.
Working well.
Now, this is a project you're kind of going to be working with Rick because he's actually making a duplicate electronic book because that was pretty rare. That didn't sell all that well. How's that hardware project? There were some issues, I think, like you couldn't quite get the maximum coordinates or something.
Are those hidden doors you keep coming out of?
Mine shares the problems that he had. I have to circle back and fix that. So.
Oh no, the doors are not hidden. It's when you go through a door, it closes behind you, so you can't go back.
Oh, okay. That's a game feature. Got it. I just kept wondering why you enter a door on one page and on the next page there isn't a door. So.
Yeah. And
because there's a collapsed wall, or
reading the bottom of the screen, it says that a gate closes behind you, or the wall.
Yeah, it's like an airport security door.
And one thing I did notice, you're doing a lot of pokes here. Is that poking onto the screen itself?
Yep.
Is there a reason you did that other than print character string or print ad?
It's faster.
Oh, is it faster?
Yeah, I found it to be faster.
Oh, wow.
Even with decimal and not hexadecimal?
I mean, there's not a big speed difference, but
yeah, because if you did something like this here,
on Kitchen Echo Dot is ringing. Your 45-minute timer on Kitchen Echo Dot.
I don't know who that was.
Someone explodes in 45 minutes. Hurry up, folks.
But yeah, like the ones here, if you do the character string 175 or some of these other ones here, those are you make them in hex, the hex equivalent and %H. It's actually faster than BASIC to process that.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
So you could probably get a little bit more speed if you need it.
I'm just trying to get it all
working.
All to work. Mostly what it is when I'm drawing any of the screen and anything. I'm for the character movement, I'm using the poke because it's easier for me to figure out because I've got to do a lot of peeking to see if there's anything in the space I'm moving into.
Just slap it right back, right?
Yeah.
So when I peek, I'm getting what would be the poke number. So.
Okay. But yeah, if you use hex like for this whole block here, top here, if you use %H for both the address and the value, it probably would be a little bit faster. But yeah, finish the game first, and then if you need the extra speed, you can put that in. If you don't, who cares?
Exactly.
Now, the way you're demoing it, is this in regular speed or double speed?
This is in regular speed.
So you haven't done any speed up pokes at all?
No.
That's not bad. It's actually running pretty better than I would have thought.
Well, because I'm kind of designing it to run on anything. Like I've already limited it to a control scheme of something that only about 6 people in the world are going to be able to use.
So don't limit it anymore.
I'm not going to limit it anymore for only being able to run on.
Rick sells the bundle when he sells the electronic book modern remake along with Ken.
All right, then I'll come up with a bunch of these extra slip sheets to put your extra things in. Yeah.
And this is a bug, or what is this?
No, that's when you die.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, it pixelates you.
The world fading away as you die. I had changed it there that you only had 1 hit point and like a strength of like 4, so that the rat could
for testing
kill you.
So you would in fact die. Nice.
Hey Curtis, Tom Eric Gunderson has a comment about the hex numbers.
Okay.
Question. Hey, anyway.
Is using hex numbers in BASIC faster in general?
In general. Now, if the number's really small, like 2 digits or less, maybe even 3 digits or less, it won't make that much of a difference. And maybe with 1 character, it might actually be a bit slower. But yeah, if you're doing like 4 or 5 digit numbers, like poking memory addresses, etc., it generally is faster because it has to interpret decimal
to
with
real,
repeated subtracts to convert things. Whereas on hex, because you're dealing with hexadecimal, and that's a nibble of a byte is a full hex digit range.
It's a number.
It's faster because you just read them quickly. Yeah, like you can definitely
masking
faster.
All of your character digits, you just mask off the top 4 bits, and then you have the actual base number.
So
the other thing is too, you got to remember Microsoft Basic is floating point. You don't have integers. Now, if you're in Basic 9, totally different story. Use integer, use the decimal you want. It's fast. But this has to convert everything to floating point. The hex routine bypasses that. It figures, oh, you're doing hex. We only allow from 0 to 65535. I don't have to calculate all this extra crap, so it is faster.
So it's kind of the poor man's real integer.
Kind of like forced integer
versus real. Yeah,
real to integer. Yeah.
And there's other tricks, like if you want to do 0, if you just put a point and no number at all, that's faster than typing in a 0. Alan Huffman did a whole series of blog posts on little tricks like that in BASIC. And if you combine all of them, you can take some older programs and actually speed them up to like 10 to 20% just by changing the numbering. Now, I did want to touch on this. So there was a comment from Exile in Paradise, I believe, talking about Ken's video and Ken's game itself here, is that this should have been age verified too. Now, this is something I've been getting told by a few people. There's a few states, and apparently a lot more joining in this. Some in Europe are doing this as well, where they want age verification
Brazil
in all operating systems. And apparently this is so loosely worded. This includes retro systems, which can't get on the net. And, like there's nothing to age verify against. So Nitrous 9 might be affected. EOU might be affected. Have any of you been following this? And is this interpretation true? I haven't had a chance to do any research on that.
I know that Linux is going to have a lot of trouble implementing it.
Yeah, but Linux is a modern operating system, which is on the web. So yeah, kids could hit, bad sites and stuff like that. But I don't see you doing that on CoCo. Maybe through FujiNet if you're. But mind you, there's no JPEG viewer in FujiNet, so I don't know if that really helped you either.
Let's just say the legislation has so many holes in it. It's like, really? I mean,
and
it's
like one or two already passed. Didn't like Colorado or somebody already passed one, and now there's a couple that are about to pass. And
actually, Brazil is already in effect. California takes effect January 1 of 27. Looks like Colorado's passed. It'll take effect the year after.
So what are we expected to do? The OS has to
all operating systems have to have age verification at login or account creation.
So how strenuous? Can I just put up a login? You must be 18 to log in. What's your name? Is that my age verification or? Yeah.
Well, it doesn't. The comments I've seen on it, the 4 or 5 videos, is that there's nothing to actually verify. They check your name. They just say, how old are you?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so I'll make a dialog box and I'm done.
So I just have to add something in the starter file in EOU saying, how old are you? And that's it.
Yeah.
We're going to have to add that to the
if you're under 18, do not type I'm older than 18. Yes, no.
If you're old enough to use Microsoft Basic, then yeah, you're of age.
Yeah, that's right.
To know what Microsoft Basic
is.
That's
not entirely true. Porta CoCo, I mean, Charlie's, 10, 11? He uses them all the time. So
he's an old soul.
You're right.
Yeah. But But yeah, the main thing is worrying is like it seems to be so broad. There's been complaints that the retro community is going to get hit because this will hit everybody.
Oh, right. You're all against the law.
And how do you even do that with really old hardware like 8-bit machines and stuff? Like, this is stupid. They should have worded it differently.
And how is the government?
But there's fines like,
can't even go online.
500. Yeah, but there's pretty hefty fines.
$7,500 per incident. $7,500.
So an 8-year-old turned on my old pet, and now I owe $7,500.
Yeah, but that's not. It doesn't create user accounts.
Yeah,
They
I mean, you
say
could
that
on
you
other
need a user account.
Microsoft, you could, but Microsoft Basic, for example, how the hell would you even do that?
I don't think practicality is a problem here. It's what they want is the problem. You know, is it practical?
This whole law has so many holes in it.
Right.
I mean, actually, Paradise mentioned some. I did read this headline somewhere else too. He said, "Be sure to thank Meta Facehole Facebook for paying lobbyists to create this age verified nonsense to avoid a $50 billion COPPA violation bill." I have heard that, and it's not just Facebook. A few others were part of that too. This is just like
Discord had an issue.
It's not our application's fault. The OPSIS should have checked the age. Wow.
Yeah, it's just stupid. This is a bill that was a reactionary thing. It doesn't have any thought put into it. Well, especially when you're making it blanket any type of operating system. Like they said, even calculators will have to do this.
Right, and this is from people who.
Wait, is my speak and spell gonna have to have age verification?
Yes, yes. You might be too young.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been watching the comments here, and like basically the general agreement. This is stupid. Nobody really thought this through. Makes no sense whatsoever, and wouldn't have the effect they want in any case. And yeah, I'm pretty well with the same thing. Modern operating system like Mac OS, Windows, Linux to a certain extent, I guess.
Yeah, you've got user accounts. Yeah,
like GIOS and OS 9.
Say, you know, here's my son's account. My son is 8. Okay, that's great. That's set. Now, son who's 8, who logs into the family computer, shouldn't be allowed to go to whatever hub, you know.
Well, it's like so broad. It's like, okay, so does every IoT device have to have an age verification set up on it? How about servers?
Like thermostats?
Bring a server online to
right, the thermostat.
Exactly.
Can my kid change the temperature in the house because he's not 18 yet? Right.
What about my fridge?
It seems dumb.
Can I have to have age verification?
Yes.
Sorry, you
I'm
can't
sorry,
have,
you can't have any
fridge. You're not
juice.
old enough.
I might want that though, especially with teenagers in the house.
Well, yeah, you can have that middle range between 10 and 19. You don't get
like stay out of the fridge.
I like what Wingnut said there. How would that work for someone that buys an e-car when they're 16? You can buy the car, you're just not allowed to.
You can't drive it.
Turn it on because you're not 18.
Nobody said anything. You have to be a certain age. Just as age verification.
Oh, right. Just are you 7? Yes. Okay.
I mean, the speaker spell's unlocked for you, and maybe the refrigerator.
My weigh scale, I have to log into that, verify my age.
Well, it won't be long. They'll be judging your age from the veins in your eyeballs or something. So,
and then they want to pay all the people to do this verification. So they're going to let AI do it. We know how successful that is.
Yeah, it'll work great.
Well, I mean, there you go. It obviously figured out how violent my video is, so it should be able to do age verification perfectly.
We can tell you're a bad man from your face tattoos and so forth.
Yeah, it's stupid and sad, honestly. And I mean, people will just bypass it like they do every other security thing anybody's ever tried to do, from disk copy protection to whatever else. So,
well, actually, not everybody will be bypassing it. Only the kids will know how to bypass it.
Right.
The parents will be asking, "Can you get me on here? I can't watch Netflix. It says I'm too young to watch this rated R movie."
I failed my age verification. I'm going to get my 6-year-old to sign me in.
I think they're trying to write the humans out of the loop so that robots can decide everything.
Yeah, this is AI already at work here, just to eliminate all the human chaff.
Yeah, it it could be the AIs are the one in charge of all this. Lock us out of our own systems.
I mean, it is rumored Mark Zuckerberg is a robot, so I mean that could be.
Oh, come on, that's giving robots a bad name.
That's a rumor.
Anyway, yeah, no, I mean that's a bit of a worry. Like David Ladd and a few others have actually directly emailed me about EOU might be in danger because of this stupid law.
Oh, well,
and there's European countries looking at this as well. In fact, I think 1 or 2 have already passed it there too. Like you mentioned, Mark, Brazil was one that already has. So yeah,
this
is going to help kill the hobby, just like tariffs do. Dumb. All right, not much I can do about it now, except wait to see if it actually has the way to stay in court. I mean, most of us hobbyists are not going to be able to afford to take this back to court, even if it is completely wrong, and you might win, unless you have thousands of dollars. You're not going to be able to afford to take it and win anyway. So.
Actually, I saw something recently. It popped up. It said that I think it was in Texas that somebody tried this with something and it got shot down by the courts. So there might be some case law for disallowing this sort of stuff.
Yeah, or at least make it reasonable, like maybe a modern operating system. Like, why would you go after like GEOS and OS 9 or something like that? Like,
well, what we're going to have to do is we're all going to have to bury our 8-bit computers in the backyard in case the government comes around and then they won't be able to find them.
Tries to pick them all
Every
up.
time we want to use them, we'll just dig them up and then put them back.
It's because the people who wrote the laws don't realize this is still a thing. Old computers.
Yeah, well, somebody was mentioning in the chat too, like this is the problem with electing lawyers to be your government, because they just
unfortunately
BS crap like this that nobody understands.
Are lawyers.
Yeah, yeah, that's just dumb.
Yeah, I believe if you do a survey of our politicians, majority of them are lawyers before they became politicians.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, on a happier note, let's switch over to upcoming shows. We got a fairly lengthy list here.
All right, go for it.
It's a good thing.
Hey, so first up and coming up March 21st, 22nd, which is literally next weekend. And it's at a new location. This is the Indy Classic Retro Show, which covers all machines and video game console stuff. This is one that is partly organized by Randy Kindig of Floppy Days podcast fame, as well as Antic. And he's done some pretty good interviews with Tandy people in the past, including some discussion of the CoCos and stuff from the development perspective of the hardware itself. Check those out if you haven't already. But this is held at the Wyndham Indianapolis Airport Hotel in Indianapolis, Indiana. And yeah, literally a week away. It's $5 per person, $10 per family. Runs Saturday 10 a.m. till 10 p.m. and Sunday 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. And I think Damon Beals had mentioned, we talked about last week, is actually attending and actually has a table, a booth, and wants to see if we can get some other CoCo people to come out and either, kind of join him at the table or just, set up their own stuff, but to have a good CoCo presence at this show. Next after that, and this is pretty rapid fire after the last episode, but the TRS-80 Trash Talk, episode number 48 of their podcast, is going to be live tonight. Next week, on Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern on their YouTube channel, which I've got on the screen right now, and it's also in the show notes if you go to the CoCo Discord. And of course, they talk about all Tandy stuff. So this covers the Z80-based machines, this covers CoCos and pocket computers, Model 100s, Tandy 1000s, et cetera, et cetera. And it's about a 2-hour show on average. And they usually have a lot of cool stuff. People are announcing new hardware, software, fixes that have been done, documentation that's been found, lost software that's found. A few of us in the show have been on there multiple times. Mark, you were on there recently, I think, to plug CoCo Tech, weren't you?
Yeah, well, actually, the Virtual Fest. Yeah, a couple of
Virtual Fest, right? Yeah.
Yeah, January.
Yeah, so maybe you should go back on and just let them know like how the Virtual Fest went and what some of the topics and stuff.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Draw up some interest on it.
Okay.
So next week, March 21st, 9 p.m. Eastern on their YouTube page. If you're on the Tandy Discord, they've actually got the links directly to get in there with Zoom if you want to join the show. And they're pretty open about it. Obviously, if you turn out to be a bit of a jerk, they'll probably kick you off. But they're pretty good at moderating. They're pretty good at, unlike our show, of keeping it at 2 hours. We have no idea how to do that. At least I don't. But it's usually a pretty good time. Next one after that is the Dragon Meetup, which we hinted at earlier. And that is happening March 28th to the 29th. So 2 weeks from now at the Center for Computing History in Cambridge, England. And there's, as we mentioned, the hardware projects that are going to be on display there, some retro stuff, based on stuff done back in the 80s, and also some brand new stuff that they're planning on showing at the show. And hopefully some of the guys down there that get to attend this year, maybe you can hop on our show, kind of give us a bit of a rundown or send some pictures or little video clips showing some of the stuff there, because it sounds like some pretty cool stuff's going to be on show there, like the digitizer we talked about earlier. After that is VCF East, which is one of the most long-running, or maybe the most long-running, I can't remember. April 17th to the 19th at the Info Age Science and History Museum in Wall, New Jersey. This is the one that Sloopy always goes to. And now if he ever attended our show, he might be able to talk about it a bit more. Hint, hint. Peter Satinsky of the TRS-80 Trash Talk we just talked about here is actually going to be there on the Podcasters Roundtable. So he'll be an active participant in one of the panel discussions. And this does cover CoCos. We've had numerous CoCo coverage there before. I think Henry Gernhardt III actually went out there, I think, last year or the year before, too. So I don't know if anybody heard from Henry lately. Is he just taking a bit of hiatus due to personal, or hopefully nothing's happened to him? We do miss him in his fourth and some stuff he's been working on his own, too. But that's always a good show. Next after that, of course, is CoCoFEST. As Grant mentioned, that's just 40 days away, and tables are rapidly filling out. And, of course, that is April 24th to 25th at the Holiday Inn and Suites at Carroll Stream, Illinois, which is, based in the Chicago area. And as Grant mentioned, I think there's only 12 tables left now. And, yeah, there's going to be some pretty cool new stuff, software and hardware there, I'm sure, too. And hopefully some presentations, as you said, they're a little bit lean on those right now. We'll try to get some more going. That exact same weekend, if you're in the southern hemisphere, is the Latin American VCF. The very first one held there. Takes place April 24th to 26th at Bahia Blanca in Argentina. And 3 days. This is a 3-day event. And they got some details of the maps and stuff here. I believe this is a pay event. I'm not entirely positive. And it covers all retro machines, computers, home game consoles, etc. And if anybody in our audience is going to be down there, I'd love to see some pictures or little video clips or whatever from there too, because I don't think most of us in the panel here are going to be able to make it, especially with CoCoFEST being the exact same weekend. So hopefully one of the participants there can actually send us some stuff. After that is the one that Mark Oberhoser is so glad it's come back, which is VCF Pacific Northwest 2026. First time it's been back since 2019 or 2020, I believe.
2019.
Yep. Thanks to COVID and Paul Allen's untimely death. But basically, this one's taking place May 2nd to 3rd at the Tukwila Community Center, Tukwila, Washington. Mark is actually one of the people exhibiting.
I'm in the list. Halfway down.
Over here. 8-bit computer network. So you're not doing anything CoCo specific, but CoCos might be mentioned because you've done some Apple II stuff with others. Yeah.
I've got, well, for the CoCo, I have the CoCo IO with the ROM, so I can boot OS 9 across the internet. Plus, I can do a few other things with it.
Demo.
And I got FujiNet. FujiNet for the CoCo as well. Thank you, Bill Athing. And then, of course, I have network cards for the Apple II and stuff like that, and the Commodore 64. So.
Okay, cool. Next after that, the Amigos Retro Game we covered earlier because they're doing the next recording of the CoCo show tomorrow. But this is the International Computer Club show that they do a few times a year. And this covers pretty well anything. This can be retro computers. It could be, how to mount displays of your old game consoles onto shelves. It could be absolutely anything retro related at all. And it's usually a fun time. There's a lot of different exhibitors. I think the last time I checked, they had like 8 or 9 confirmed already. And there's been CoCo representation there for me, Nick, and a few others over the years. And this one is taking place. Oh, when is it here? Oh, I don't have the date on here. That's kind of silly. Oh, because I put the wrong link in. Oops. So May 2nd, 4:30 p.m. Eastern time is what it will be live streamed. And you can, participate in the comments, live comments on YouTube or on Twitch. They broadcast simultaneously on both, same as we do. And hopefully they'll have the full schedule up a little bit before that. So you can kind of pick and choose, because sometimes this show runs like 6-7 hours long. And if you're only interested in certain things, you can maybe just time it when you want to be part of the live show. Next after that is VCF Southwest. A slightly different date this year, May 29th, 31st, because of the soccer championships that are happening in both the United States and Canada. And is happening at the Westin Dallas Fort Worth Airport. So previously, I think it was on campus, but that was a far away from the airport. So this is much easier for people flying in. And of course, Dallas Fort Worth is where Tandy itself was located. So there's be some Tandy alumni. Mark Siegel and some others usually pop by, and you can, mingle with them, maybe ask them some questions, pester them for sales figures, that kind of stuff. So, and Mark and a few others here are pretty well regulars of the show. I think some of the people like TJBChris and others sometimes attend these too. So, that interesting history of Videotex that we talked about last week with that kind of intermittent ad that they did was partly still the Model 1 style case, but with a CoCo keyboard, which you'd never seen before. I believe that person is actually bringing some of this stuff to the show to show off. So if you want to see some of the real life history of Videotex and the CoCo, you can check it out here at the show. That's May 29th to the 31st. Next after that is the Amigos. So that's Aaron, Brent, and John Schaller again. The renamed to International Retro Computer Expo 2026 from its original Boat Fest, because that was too confusing for people looking for boats. It's happening. You can register and pay for your tickets online now. This is a general retro event that covers everything retro. Once again, this is computers, consoles, the little tabletop electronic games, just basically anything retro. There can be all kinds of stuff. And it's a really fun one. It's a bit more gaming oriented than some of the other retro shows, though there is some hardware and software, deep dive stuff too. There's vendors that sell hardware. Retro Rewind is usually down there selling like CoCo SDCs and stuff. Ken and I and Jason have all been to this show before. It's a lot of fun. They're really friendly guys. So I mean, it's a place you can go quite comfortably, not worry about the 8-bit wars happening, unless you start them, of course. But yeah, they're all available right now. Just the show is going to be July 10th to the 11th, which is a Friday and Saturday. July 9th, Thursday is reserved for vendors to set up, so you can actually get set up without having to intermingle with the public and kind of get sidetracked in discussions. And links in the show notes if you want to go order tickets. After that, we got the biggest of the retro shows, VCF Midwest, September 12th to 13th, the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois, which is just west of Chicago proper. And this has attendance in the thousands, and a few of you on the panel have been to this, and it's just huge. Taylor and Amy have actually done panel presentations. Their band is played there. They just played at the one in California too, SoCal, I guess, VCF SoCal recently. So I'm sure they're going to be there again. They've got a whole album out now too, the four of them that made the band. But there's always a ton of good stuff. There's a whole Tandy CoCo section here that usually gets carved out by people that come to the show. So good CoCo representation, but a ton of stuff, including like learning how to solder. Wouldn't work with me, but for most people. And just if you're into general retro, I mean, this gets back into like, making old, pay phone lines and stuff working within the venue itself type thing. So there's a lot of cool stuff here. And of course, the people from VCF Midwest, actually, one of the main people there, Jason, is actually our auctioneer at CoCoFEST. So we have a bit of a direct tie-in with him as well. And the last one I'll cover is Tandy Assembly. So the dates and new venue have announced. It's October 2nd to the 4th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel at the Cincinnati Airport, which is really good for travelers because before that, the airport or the city that it used to be held in, Springfield, was small if it didn't have an international airport. So anybody flying in would basically have to like get a cab or something and trek 30, 40 miles to get to the town the actual show is in. Now it's right at the airport hotel that you land at. So it'll be much easier to navigate and a little bit cheaper because you can just literally go over there quickly in a cab. This, of course, covers everything Tandy. So this covers, as we mentioned before, the Tandy 1000s and the Model 100 series and the pocket computers and the CoCos and the Z80 base machines, etc. And there's usually a lot of really cool stuff happening here. And that's all we've got for the news this week.
Okay.
Oh, Henry Strickland just joined us too, so maybe he's got a little bit of an update before we go.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to give a demo of something that I started a couple months ago and announced, but I got it working this week.
Well, I thought I.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah,
One, two,
I'm
three.
just trying to get you spotlighted.
Oh,
yeah, he heard you talking and selected Rick.
Yeah, that's why I thought I might not have.
I mean, you guys look kind of identical if you flip one of you upside down for the white beard versus the white hair.
Yeah, move things around a bit. Okay. I'm gonna share my screen. And let's see, use system desktop.
Zoom ain't behaving.
Share. And okay, does everyone see my VI?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, where I want to be is over here. So we have a version of a GCC compiler that works on the 6809. And the version of GCC we use is 4.6.4 that might be 20 years old. And the work was done on it, I believe, by an intern somewhere. And that might have been 15 years ago. Or this is all very rough. I'm not sure. But it's what we've got. And it's not what I call a naive compiler. A naive compiler would be one from the 70s, the 80s, like the compilers that first came with Unix, and CMOC is in this category, and the ones that run on OS 9 are naive. They don't do a lot of optimizations, and most of what they do is in the peephole optimizer that runs in the end. GCC uses the modern techniques of static single assignment for register allocation and can do things in lots of different ways, as opposed to like CMOC does everything exactly one way. It always, whatever your expression is, that the index is going to be in the X register. And now I love CMOC. I've used it a lot, and I thank the author for it. But GCC is what I've kind of been working with here. It has two huge flaws. One, it makes mistakes. So you kind of have to learn what constructs in C not to use and stay on safe territory. Like one that bit me this week was in the conditional expression, the ternary expression of C. It was giving me a wrong result, so I had to rewrite it with an if statement. The second flaw in it is the provision to generate position-independent code, which we need for OS 9 so that these modules that are compiled C code can load anywhere random in memory that the operating system wants to put it. The position-independent code does not work on GCC. So I've been addressing that, and I've been doing it. Well, I've looked in the past into the guts of GCC, as have a few others, and it's a little frightening. It looks like a big time sink, and I would love to have time and do it someday. But I'm working on a post processor for the assembly language that comes out of GCC. So you compile without position independent code flag, and then you take the final assembly language that comes out, and I change it to be position independent. And what you're seeing on my screen right here is some example patterns. Like anytime we see jump to a text label, text means it's part of the read-only code module as opposed to being in your read-write data area. So anytime you see a jump to a label, I change it into a long branch, or a JSR gets turned into a long branch subroutine, because these are already position independent, where these use an absolute address in the machine code. If you were to load a text address, what we do is we load the effective address of the text. That should become a PCR, shouldn't it? Well, this one's come a PCR.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So that's a bug right there. Yeah. Anyway, I have this file named rules.txt that contains these rules. And as I compile more code, I add more rules to it. Now, there's a different set of rules. With the text, the basic pattern is it needs to be a program counter relative operation in there. If it's a symbol from the data area, the trick is that we need to add the contents of the Y register to it. Now, this looks wrong. This should have been a, yeah, I'm not convinced this is right. There needs to be a Y operation. Where's one that's done right? Here's one that's done right. To add immediate data to it, where data is not a constant, but is a label of a variable that's in memory. Well, OS 9, I'm going to be running level 1 in my demo. And in level 1, your data could be any page in memory that the operating system allocates you. So what we do is we're going to use the Y register in order to add that to data. So I won't dwell too long on this. It's assembly language. Some of the patterns get long and some could be shorter. And maybe this should be machine generated instead of having to have oddball instructions. Like somewhere in here, I had to do a compare and I had to do yeah, here's some compare and there's a clear. There's a bunch of instructions that are not in there yet. But my post processor will use that file. And here's an example on the left-hand side. We've got what came out of GCC. And on the right-hand side, we've got what my translator changes it to. Since I'm inserting instructions, sometimes GCC's calculation of when you can get there with a short branch instead of a long branch is wrong. And so just to be conservative, I'm changing all the branches to long branches. Down here we had a JSR, and that needs to be turned into a LBSR. So it's a relative branch to that label instead. Notice that this stuff is just comments above and below a substitution. And do we have any good data substitutions? Over here, load U with the immediate address of a data buffer that's in our data portion of memory. Well, we need comma Y so that it gets offset. And that's my own convention using the Y register for where the data is. And part of the preamble that runs before main sets that up for you. And I tell the GCC compiler, reserve the Y register for me. I'm going to be using it for my own thing. Don't ever use it. And so the C code gets generated a little differently because it's avoiding the Y register. Finally, we want to show you some code that's running. And this has been running overnight. I'm going to hit Control C now. Notice how fast it's going. It's running on my TFR9 processor, or single board computer. That's running at about 2.5 megahertz. So it's a fast clock. We're running OS 9 level 1, but still it's doing big number calculations here and spitting stuff out pretty darn quickly. Like you can see, there was a pretty big number. Now that would fit in 32 bits, but this can go way above 32 bits. Let's start it again. So what I'm starting now is the program that runs here on this Linux box, and it's tethered by a USB cable to my TFR9 single board computer. So I'm going to plug the cable in, and it sees the cable, and the computer came up over there, and the PiPico2 on there is giving me this sequence of punctuation to say, hey, I'm here, tell me what to do. And I'm going to say Z, which means overclock yourself up to 270 megahertz instead of the default 150 megahertz to the PiPico clock. And 1 is load level 1 and run it. And it takes off and goes. And what we're doing is testing the Collatz conjecture, which says if you start with any positive integer And if it's even, you have it. So we go from 50 to 25. If it's odd, you triple it and add 1. So triple 25 is 75, add 1 is 76. And you keep doing this operation that you'll eventually get to 1. But I want this to work with really big numbers, and I cannot force it to do that right now. So I can't give you that full demo to show you that this is doing things with long integers. But these can go up to like, I think somewhere in the range of 500 digit integers I can manipulate with this library. But this was written in C and compiles and loads and runs in the right place on OS 9 level 1 because I did that modification to the assembly output from GCC. Any questions?
Looks cool.
So this is good not only because the optimizing compiler generates fast code, but it also does a very good job of trimming the tree, and any variables and subroutines that are never used get thrown away. And so it generates much smaller binaries, like how big is... Oh, it's not here. It's here. Here we have them. The OS 9 module that I'm running to do all that is 2.5K. And when I was building things with CMOC, it tended to include libraries and things and did not throw away stuff that's not being used, and they tended to be a lot larger than that. And this could potentially be used for writing device drivers and kernel modules in OS 9 as well, because now that we've got an optimizing compiler that can do a good job and make it position independent, it gives us shortcuts to try new stuff.
Cool. Yeah, because the C compiler in OS 9 itself, it doesn't do that much optimizing, that's for sure. Not even Deek's more modified one, which does have some extra features.
Yeah. So now that I've got it, I'll get more experience at doing that. And then the people who are whining and saying, oh, where are our kernel modules and device drivers and things to make networking work, or FujiNet or whatever, maybe we can do it a lot quicker now in C than in assembly language.
Yeah. Now, I want to mention you were also at a show recently where you met Mikey, is that right?
Oh, this morning we had the first of our monthly electronics flea markets here in Silicon Valley. This was at West Valley College over in Saratoga. And
It's California?
It was really good to go to because, see, I have moved to Georgia. I don't see my California friends as much anymore. And I didn't need to buy electronics junk. I've got plenty. But I got to see a lot of people, which was good for me. And Michael was one of them. So he was there.
Nice.
And it's funny because I was posting my comment in the YouTube chat exactly when his commercial came up on CoCoNation.
Yeah, we planned it that way.
That was perfect.
That's cool. Having a fully working C compiler with a lot of built-in optimizations and stuff, and being able to compress the code down and doing it on a monitor, but being able to write 609 native code that's position independent. So that's gonna be quite a boon for, like you said, driver writers and stuff.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to applying this. I have not pushed it up to GitHub yet, so I'll post the address soon.
I just posted a link to your Git, so get it updated.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead, Rick.
I was just going to say, I'm looking forward to rewatching this so I can try to understand what I just saw.
Okay. Let's see. View bin dot C Here's the C code. I represent a big number as a byte telling its size with a maximum of 250 bytes. I cut it a little short of 256 just to be safe. And then it has the guts, which are, again, 250 bytes. And to create a small binary large number from a normal integer, if it's less than 256, we set the size to 1 and plug that number into the guts. And if they're bigger than 255, then guts sub 2 and guts sub 3 and guts sub 4 will come into the thing. The operations I need for the Collatz conjecture, I need to know if a number is even or not. The ability to duplicate a number efficiently is nice to have. I can add, and I can add twice to triple because there's a triple operation. And I need to be able to compare to see if we're down to the number 1 or yet. And then I have a have operation. So that's just all written in a pretty, well, it is. It's down in the bits. It's not real simple, but it's and this is operating a byte at a time, which is not useful when you want to print it as decimal, because you remember my demo over here is printing them as decimal. So I have another set of code that converts the binary into the decimal big number and can print out the decimal big number. And
so this is all in the TFR9.
I'm sorry?
This is all in the TFR9 project, right?
This is running on the TFR9, although this is a portable OS 9 command now named Collatz that would run anywhere.
Okay.
It's just easiest for me to
separate project. Right.
It's just easiest for me to demo here. Plus, it's running at 2.5 megahertz, so it's a nice speed. And the Collatz conjecture has not been proven. Probably the most brilliant mathematician now living, Terence Tao, has looked at it and has done some work on it, which is a good sign that it is still a very good, important problem in number theory to work on. But there may be some number, some big number, for which
it won't go here.
We go into a loop and we don't make it to 1 because, well, either we go into a loop or we diverge forever. It's more likely that we would go into some kind of a loop that doesn't include 1. So what I'm planning on doing at CoCoFEST is having a whole bunch of TFR9s coming up with very large random numbers, random integers, and testing them to see if they pass the Collatz test. And if we find a counterexample, we'll be famous.
So in short, if it's even, you double it, and if it's
even, you have it.
And if it's not even, you double it and add 1.
Yeah. And Collatz is spelled C-O-L-A-T-Z. You can read about it. If it's odd, you triple and add 1. If it's even, you have it. You start with any positive integer. It's been brute force tested, up to like 10 to the 13th or something. They've tested all the small numbers.
This is going to be like an earworm. I'm going to be dreaming about this tonight for some stupid reason.
You should play with it. It was still running while I was paused.
It's just like, I'm going to think about this logically. Does it make sense in my mind that that's how this would all work out?
Yeah. But it just strikes me that this is going pretty darn fast for a 6809.
Yes, it is. It's
for doing big number calculations, even if those big numbers are usually small, and it's converting each one to decimal, which y'all were talking about earlier, how decimal and binary are pretty different, and it takes some math to do it.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. I should stop sharing at this point.
Well, thanks for popping in to show that. I'm really interested in what you're doing at GCC.
Okay, thanks, Curtis.
Speaking
that should be
of
the show,
pies,
I think.
Yeah, speaking of pies over here, we should probably run the outro.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the Coco Discord server. Coco forever.
Okay. That's about it for today.
Yep.
So next week, same time, same channel.
Next week in some time zone.
Right.
Yep. At least they shouldn't be changing. Well, I guess some of the Europe changes a little bit later than North America.
Right. We aren't
Well,
done
then
yet.
the other hemisphere starts changing back. So
And then my clocks keep having a fight with it, so I have to tell it it's in Eastern time zone to keep it straight. Because it doesn't understand it's on where it used to change, not where it changes now.
Right.
Can't
right,
reprogram
didn't
it.
get the last update set.
So, all right. Well, goodbye, everybody.
All right. Don't get too much sun.
Happy St. Patrick's
Bye,
Day.
everyone.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.